And we are live.
All right, so shall we begin?
Yes, hang on. Well, hello, community members. Good day, wherever you are in the globe, especially if you're in the global south, good evening. If you're in the global north, good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to our LGBT People of Color Global South Summit. Today we are featuring South Asia with an emphasis on India and Sri Lanka. Today, as part of the South Asia program, the theme for today is life at the intersection of race and gender in the South Asian diaspora. And our program will feature a number of different speakers and panels. So our program looks something like this. This is our welcome. We will introduce Kylie Maddev from the LGBT Center in New York City. And Kylie will then introduce and welcome Nyla. And then she will introduce and welcome Prince Manvendra, where we will have a pre-recorded message from him. And then we will have the panel discussions, the colonial origins of queerphobia and transphobia in the Indian subcontinent, followed by the political pandemic of illegality and illiberal governance, LGBTQ plus activism in contemporary Sri Lanka. These two panels will be running concurrently. So there will be a separate breakout Zoom group for the political pandemic of illegality and illiberal governance. Then that will be followed by Lana Patel, who will join us and share her thoughts with us, pre-recorded. And we will have a poetry reading from Kalki. And then we will have queer politics in modern India, a panel discussion and a panel discussion on queer and multiracial politics in the Indian diaspora. And then Kylie will close us out with some remarks, and I will come back again at the end of the program to talk about next week's event, which will be featuring the MENA region. But before we proceed in any of our endeavors, any activity, we like to be able to remember and honor and to invite into this space, into this environment, into every single event that we are doing, community members that we've lost to homicide, suicide, HIV, AIDS, and COVID-19. So let's take a moment in silence as we bring into this environment, into this Zoom meeting, those community members we know that we've lost, and those community members who are still struggling with the effects of COVID. Let us bring into this environment community members who struggle with and against domestic and intimate partner violence. Including community members who still struggle with violence from their own families, from within this LGBTQ plus community, and from state-sponsored violence. Thank you. Now, considering Black and people of color living along the equator and in the global South are the largest population on the earth, and since LGBTQ are present in all communities, we affirm that LGBTQ plus people of color constitute the largest subdemographic in the world. We are aware that when international media report on or about LGBTQ people of color in the global South, these often follow a tragic event. Our community's pain is often pathologized and exploited. Rarely, if ever, do we hear, see, experience our community members' richness, beauty, vibrancy, and resilience. This summit hopes to change that image. We want LGBTQ plus people of color who live along the equator and in the global South to be seen and heard. We want to highlight and celebrate LGBTQ people of color lives. And even though representatives in the diaspora in the global North created a framework for this summit, there was an imperative that community members reclaim their voice and provide the programming from their respective locales. They show us, they tell us, they show us who they are, how they live, how they mourn, and how they celebrate. We'd like to acknowledge and thank our planning team members from South Africa, from Liberia, from Nigeria, from the Dominican Republic, from Thailand, from Guyana, the United States, the Philippines, from Zimbabwe, and from India and the US. We also want to acknowledge and recognize and thank our partners, our community sponsors and partners, including Black Gay Blog, the Clemente, In My Mind Conference, DBGM, XAD Productions, the LGBT Center, and Claimant Design. We want to recognize Caribbean Equality Project, ECADE, Creme de la Creme House of Fame Foundation in Nigeria, BN Foundation in South Africa, Instab Niger in Nigeria, Transition in South Africa, Zimbabwe Rainbow Community in Zimbabwe, Beirut Pride in Beirut, Lebanon, Rainbow Refugees in Cologne, Germany, Navatman, Babelanes in the Philippines, APCOM in Thailand, Kias in Cambodia, Swarakita in Indonesia, Micro Rainbow International in Laos, and Sofra in Cologne. Community members, I'd like us now to welcome as our co-planning team member and representing the LGBT Center here in New York City, Kylie Madav takes over. Kylie, over to you.
Thank you, Antoine, and thank you all for your attendance today, and for those of you all who are on this call who have helped in the planning of this conference and who have contributed your material, your labor, your knowledge, your skill sets to making this conference a reality. Thank you so much. And I think Antoine has opened up beautifully what the spirit of this event is and why we thought this event needs to happen, not just for South Asia, but like really for the entirety of the global South. And I think it's very important to acknowledge the struggles and the difficulties that we as queer people of color around the world face. But I also do want to highlight and make sure that it's brought into the space our talents and our joy as well, because I think showing that in public is just as revolutionary as sharing the rest of our narratives. So with that being said, I'm going to start sharing my screen, and I'm going to present a performer whose name is Neela Njaranjan, who will be doing who has contributed a recording of her Bharatanatyam performance. She is a member of the Nataraj School of Indian Dance, and she has 15 years of experience in the art. She's a luminary in her field, and she has very graciously agreed to share her gift with our conference today. So without further ado, I think we're going to switch screens and Give me 1 second.
I am Devi. I am the goddess. I am one with Shiva. We are Shringar. We are love incarnate. Once we sat in Shiva's lap and melted in our embrace. Our union is Ardhanarishwara, the embodiment of all energies, the masculine and feminine, grace and power. We are beyond definition. Shiva and Shakti reside within me. I am boundaryless, and I am free. Dhim dhim ta dhim dhim ta dhim ta dhirana. Dhim dhim ta dhim dhim ta dhim ta dhirana. Dhirana ta dhirana. Dhim dhim ta dhim dhim ta dhim ta dhirana. Dhirana ta dhirana. Dhim dhim ta dhim dhim ta dhirana.
right. Well, I know these things are never quite the same virtually, but I do think that performance warrants a virtual round of applause for Neela Anandaranjan. So if you all know how, yes, I see that we all know how to use our Zoom emojis. I'm unmuted, so I'll just go ahead and clap in person. So thank you so much. And now before our first panel, we're going to have our keynote address from Prince Manvendra. I'll wait for, yes, Prince Manvendra Singh Golil is the Crown Prince of Rajpipla and the 39th direct descendant of the 650-year-old Goli dynasty in Western India. He's the first member of a royal family in the world to openly come out as gay, and he is the only Indian to be featured by Oprah Winfrey on 3 occasions and has been twice on Keeping Up with the Kardashians. He co-founded an organization called Lakshya Trust, the first one of its kind in Gujarat state for LGBT empowerment. He is also the ambassador consultant for AIDS Healthcare Foundation, the world's largest and oldest nonprofit organization for HIV testing and treatment. He is currently developing for the LGBTQA community a financial empowerment campus at his establishment. And so without further ado, we'll be hearing the pre-recorded remarks from Crown Prince Manvendra Singh Golil.
Thank you for having me here, Manvendra Singh. And greetings from India, from Manvendra Singh Gohil. I am the Crown Prince of Rajpipla in Gujarat, and I also happen to be the first member of the royal family in the world to come out openly as gay. Now, you may wonder why I had taken this step of coming out of my so-called royal closet and declaring my private life to all the world and to all the people, knowing fully well that there's going to be a lot of challenges, a lot of struggles in doing that. But let me tell you that I have grown up in the royal family and have seen so much of hypocrisy in our society and many other societies where the truth is not accepted. And whatever is the truth is, it's turned a blind eye to, and we are not ready to accept it in any manner. Talking about homosexuality in India, we have evidence in Kama Sutra, which happens to be the oldest sex encyclopedia of the world, which openly talks about homosexuality, about transgenderism, about lesbianism. We have temples which are centuries old. Some of the famous ones are Khajuraho in central India and many others, which have open depiction of homoerotic statues and sculptures. And yet, in our country, we are ashamed of talking of sex. Basic sex is not taught in schools and colleges, in education institutions. Sex is a taboo. Homosexuality is seen as a Western influence, where on the contrary, I would say, we exported it out of other countries by our rich cultural heritage. So where has this downfall gone? Why are people gone away from our basic culture and our basic heritage to a stage where there is so much of hypocrisy in the society, there's so much of homophobia, transphobia all over. And that's precisely the reason where I decided that let me come out and speak out openly, because I believe that unless and until we speak or we do not break the silence, we should break the silence, and then only we can expect any kind of change to happen in the society for the better. And as we all know, truth is always considered to be bitter. Nobody likes to listen to the truth, and we will all turn away from it. But at the end of the day, truth always wins. That is a lesson we have to learn, and that's exactly what happened. I came out in 2006. There was so much of backlash. My parents disowned me from the family, disinherited me from the royal family. The people of my town, they burnt my effigies, protested against me, saying I brought shame and humiliation to the royal family and to the Indian culture. I was going like against the current. I started receiving death threats, but I have been greatly inspired by one of our most important national leaders of India, Mahatma Gandhi, who fought for India's independence on the basis of truth and honesty. And I said, if that can happen, then why can't I free my brothers and sisters in the LGBT community in India from the harm which the society is causing them? They're putting them into so much of inconvenience by stigma and discrimination, violation of human rights. And I got a good chance with getting invited by Oprah Winfrey, and that was a turning point in my lifetime. I started using the international platform for global advocacy and started meeting the leaders, started meeting the influential people like prime ministers, presidents, parliamentarians, judges, United Nations officials, government officials, media, Hollywood, and I started a Free Gay India campaign on 15th of August 2013. 15th August happens to be India's Independent Day, but India got independent on 15th August 1947, but the LGBT population in India lost its freedom by a law which was a colonial law called Section 377, which criminalized the homosexual act, which was made during the time when the Britishers were ruling India. So it took us almost 2 decades, but finally on 6th September 2018, a very historic judgment was made by our Honorable Supreme Court, where on a unanimous level, all the judges proclaimed that homosexuality is no longer criminalized. Friends, that was a very big achievement. I could have never imagined it would have happened in my lifetime, but it happened. And I remembered my words, my strength, which I had, the weapon which I had, and that was truth and honesty. Finally, I came to terms and realized that it is humanity which wins, it is honesty which wins, and it is hypocrisy which loses. The interesting thing is that the entire religious leaders of our country united and fought against us. That was also a history in itself. Not even one religious leader could bring an evidence to the court that homosexuality is criminal, homosexuality is unnatural, homosexuality is immoral. Not one religious leader. And the court was asking for evidence, and we had all the evidence possible we collected from nationally and internationally. And on the basis of our evidence and on our basis of our documentary, the documents which we had produced, it was on the basis of humanity that our rights, which were guaranteed to us by the Indian Constitution, which is one of the best written constitutions of the world, which are the rights, our right of equality, right to live with dignity and respect, right to privacy, and right not to be discriminated. These 4 rights were restored back to us on this day. And thereafter, we gained a lot of support from the people of India, and we created a lot of allies. I believe in creating allies, and allies at all levels, at government level, at political level, at religious level, at educational institutions, at media level, at parents level, because it is through allies that we will be able to mainstream our issues in the society. And I must say that I have a very bright future for India. Why? Because after 2018, I saw a sea change in the invitations coming from the students group, the youth population. And mind you, the youth population of India is the largest in the world. And I started getting invitations from schools, colleges, universities. I've so far done 13 TED Talks in India, and all of them are based on LGBT issues. I've developed a course in a college especially on LGBT issues. I even tried and changed the curriculum in some of the textbooks of certain colleges, where we have included issues of LGBT in the education system of our country. And a lot of students want to do research on us. Some of them come to do interns in our organization, which I started 20 years back for the empowerment of the LGBT community. And we have a very dedicated team of people who are working towards the empowerment of the community. I'm right now even currently developing LGBT community campus, a shelter home, a home where skills could be developed, capacities could be built of the community, so that I want the community to be strong enough, to be empowered, and to face the homophobic world with confidence. So friends, we have a lot of way to go ahead. Well, I am a warrior. I belong to a warrior family. I come from a dynasty which is 600 years old. My ancestors used to fight wars and protect their enemies from their and protect them from the enemies and protect their kingdoms. I am also a warrior, but of a different kind. My war is for humanity. My war is against hypocrisy, and I will continue fighting this war until I am able to change the mindset of the society to accept us, to understand us, and to help others to accept us and understand us. With that note, I would like to end here. Thank you so much. Namaste and greetings from India.
And many hearty thank yous to Crown Prince Manrendra Singh Golil, who is also here in the virtual audience with us. So if we could all show our appreciation for his very well thought out and beautiful remarks. Thank you so much, Manrendra, for the generosity of your time and for also being here this evening. I know it's much later in India than it is here on the East Coast of the US, so we are deeply appreciative for your time today. Thank you so much. And right now we are going to move on to our first presentation of the event. This presentation will actually be co-led by Sunanda Jalot and Sonal Govila. And I do apologize if my pronunciation is off. I speak several languages, but not super fluent in Hindi or Tamil. So yes, and so I'll read the bios quickly. Sonal is a queer South Asian immigrant woman who was born and raised in India and is a resident of Hong Kong. I'm sorry, can we go back to Sonal's slide, please? And can we, sorry about that. I'm sorry, and is about to start her journey in the United States this year. She is currently pursuing her master's in counseling psychology from Columbia University with a concentration in sexuality, women, and gender. She has been involved in the mental health service and advocacy field in Asia for the past few years and is passionate about working with queer and trans BIPOC community in New York City. She also likes reading comic books, graphic design. It's hard to actually see the word behind that with the subtitles. So sorry, like the screen is like not like showing me, but that is Sonal's biography in a nutshell. Could we pivot back to Sunanda, please? All right, and Sunanda is a therapist specializing in working with LGBTQIA+ individuals of color, people in the alt-sex community and in polyamorous relationships, and survivors of gender-based trauma. She has experience working in the field of gender, sexuality, and mental health in nonprofit organizations in India before she came to the US to complete a master's in psychology counseling from Columbia University. Along with providing individual and couples therapy, Sunanda runs 3 free support groups: Oasis for people identifying on the asexual and or aromantic spectrum in the US, for South Asians around the world struggling during the pandemic, and for LGBTQIA+ folks currently living in India. Sunanda's goals are to make mental health care more accessible for those who need it most, work on undoing and again, subtitles are blocking my view of the screen. I do apologize, you all. We are still all getting used to this pandemic technology, of genital trauma and trying to decolonize ideas of gender and sexuality in India. So thank you to Sunanda and Sonal, and we will pass the floor to you all. Are you all able to share your screen?
Yes, I think so. I am just setting it up. Okay. Can folks see what's going on? Awesome.
We can.
Okay, there we go. Well, welcome to everyone who's here. Thank you for making it. We are glad to have you. I'll tell you a little bit of what Sonal and I are going to be doing. We've had a lot of conversations around queerness in India and Indian subcontinent, and that conversation cannot be had without looking at the impact of over 200 years of colonization. So we're going to be doing a little bit of looking at Indian history. We're going to try and make this a little interactive so folks can participate and give us, your thoughts, your experiences. But yeah, that's kind of what we're going to do. Okay. So this is a map which has given Sonal and me both a lot of joy to look at. It is a snapshot of transgender identities which have existed in cultures across the globe before colonization came and started wiping them away. We both expect there to have been a lot more of these identities which got wiped from history. But it's just a joy to look at, to see the queerness and transness which existed globally, and still does to some extent at least. Okay, so doing some introductions of us. My name is Sunanda. I use she, her, and they, them pronouns. And as Kylie already said, I am a mental health counselor. I was also born and raised in India. I've been in the US, well, since 2018. I was here when the 377 decriminalization happened, which was a weird thing. I was raised as a Hindu, but I identify as an atheist, and this is going to be important considering we're going to be talking about Hinduism a lot. I'm queer, economically privileged, and upper caste, which also is an oppressor caste. The reason why we're kind of going into our identities is because that's what is going to be informing everything we talk about. It's our biases, it's our lenses, and it impacts all of the research we do.
Hi all, can you hear me? This is just how I start all my conversations now, but really happy to be here. Thank you for having us here. My name's Sonal, my pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a therapist in training with a focus on working with queer Asian folk. I was born and raised in India, and then I migrated to Hong Kong and I have been living here for about the last 8 years or so. In terms of my identities, I'm queer, I'm disabled, I'm also economically privileged, and belong to an oppressor caste, like Sunanda as well. And I think this is really important for us to share because we will be delving into the ways in which casteism has been prevalent in how we conceptualize our identities and how we conceptualize the path forward, not only towards decolonization, but like also towards looking at how we don't want to kind of further the isms or the phobias that exist in our society, which include like casteism, queerphobia, transphobia, and all of these other, other systems of oppression that exist.
Yes. Okay.
So I think,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
go ahead.
So I think at this talk, like just going off of what we said earlier, or we're going to be talking about the violent ways in which, the British and other colonial powers really annihilated through their economic and military power, the fluidity of gender and sexual expression that existed in pre-colonial times, which was also brought up in the opening speech. And I think that while acknowledging this fact, we also want to emphasize that pre-colonial times, again, weren't some sort of utopia that we wish to bring back because society grows, society evolves, and it changes. And there was rampant social violence that existed during that time, specifically in the form of rigid, systemically enforced and upheld caste hierarchies. And, the British introduced further oppressions that affected the entire country, subcontinent, 90% of the world. So now as we look towards India, we still have, the enduring oppressions of casteism, which privileges the minority of the country that are upper caste, oppressor caste, Savarna folk like myself and Sunanda, at the expense of the Dalit, Bahujan, and Adivasi community. So I'd also like to add the addendum that this caste-based discrimination and oppression is also very prevalent in the Indian diaspora, and something that needs to be addressed by us. One example of this exclusion is the primarily upper caste representation that we're seeing at this event that we're all at today, as well as in our presentation today, where I, an upper caste person, am speaking to casteism and have been given the platform to do so. And I think it's important that I just acknowledge this privilege and whose expense it comes at as well. In addition to this enduring casteism, we also have like additional gifts of intergenerational trauma, economic exploitation, queerphobia, and transphobia at large given to us due to colonial exploitation. So we share all of this upfront as it is important to acknowledge, especially with the current rise of Hindu nationalism, that Indian society needs to reckon with itself, and the atrocities that our government is delivering to the most marginalized in our country. However, this reckoning should come with a historical perspective of what was already rotten in our society that continues till date, such as casteism and the Brahmanical patriarchy, as well as what was forcefully shoved down our throats as a result of colonial white supremacist norms and values that oppressed so many of our queer and trans ancestors and continuing peers. Also just want to add before I hand over to Sananda that in case you have any kind of comments or if you have any questions, please just feel free to put it in the chat, because we really want to engage and want to hear your perspectives as well, so that we can kind of co-create as we go along.
One of us will keep looking at the chat so your comments won't be missed. Okay, so while doing research for this presentation, one of the things which we started needing to do is differentiating between ancient India, pre-colonial India, and post-colonial India, and also, during colonized India. And I think it's important to see it that way because a lot of the religious texts which we're going to be talking about have been interpreted and reinterpreted, and all of these interpretations are always done by people who have the most power in ways which then benefit said people with all of the powers. So religious texts get morphed in how they're read today versus how they might have been read 3,000 years ago. So in ancient India, queer and trans identities have existed for more than 3,000 years. We have statues, we have anecdotal evidence. There's just a lot which shows that we existed from way before colonization. In ancient India, trans individuals especially had key figures to play in courts, in religious practices. They were seen as, we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but they were seen as folks who were closer to God because gods were seen as fluid. They had different avatars, they had different identities, and not all of those were binary or male. So trans individuals had important positions in society, and Christianity had a major role in demonizing sexual and gender variance and started linking transgenderism to witchcraft. This was seen across the globe, and there's also conversations about Christianity and Catholicism bringing sexual repression even in the West. But that's where the legalization piece started coming in. It started becoming immoral to be gay or trans, and then it started getting represented in the laws of the countries which were led by Catholic and Christian leaders. We're going to be talking about the problematic aspects of Kama Sutra later, and there are a lot. The Kama Sutra, just like most other Hindu and Indian documents, has a lot of casteism and has a lot of issues which haven't been addressed. But one of the things is that it did have an entire chapter on sex for people of the same gender. This is like it was dated back to like 400 BCE or to 100 BCE. Sorry, I got distracted. And it's kind of wild to think of a sexual encyclopedia having same-sex chapters back then, when we can barely talk about sex at all, hetero or homo. Today, like, it's wild. So I think this is another representation of how ancient India to me seems to have had a lot more inclusion than even pre-colonial India or than what happened with colonization. Now, when looking at colonization, we're looking at basically British colonization. India was colonized by a few other countries as well. The British had the biggest impact. So if we look at how British has been with the LGBTQ population in their own country and colonies, it really starts giving a very clear look into how they were ruling different nations. 11th and 12th century, homosexuality and transgenderism started to be considered as it was contaminating the identity of Europeans. The church started becoming a lot more active. Sodomy laws were instituted, and the British court called homosexuality nasty, wicked, filthy, lewd, unnatural, and queer identities started being called special oriental vice, which honestly is seriously ironic when we now consider Indians talking about how queerness is a white people Western thing, which we're just trying to adopt. The British saw it vice versa. Blows your mind? If it doesn't, it should. Transgender identities started getting linked to witchcraft, and we all know what goes on with when people are assumed to be witches. And there was a lot of disgust which was imposed upon trans individuals. They were lynched, kidnapped, murdered. We'll talk more about that later on. So in 1860, between 1860 and 1871, all of these anti-homosexuality and anti-transgender laws were placed in India. This was around the same time when there were massacres happening to basically eradicate the country of queer and trans identities as the special oriental vice. And it is a source of never-ending irony that the British started repealing these laws in their own country in 1967, but it took India up till 2018 before we just decriminalized it, which has a whole host of directions we still need to go to. And as of 2018, 71 countries criminalize homosexuality, and more than half of them were formerly colonized by the British, who were the ones to introduce these laws in a lot of those countries. Okay.
Right. And so I think before we go into the next slide, this is just a little bit of a clarification, because the next slide will be speaking about the ways in which homoeroticism was celebrated and venerated in pre-colonial India. But we do just kind of want to share that India has never been a monolith. It's never been the Indian culture, because there have been various societies and religions and cultures that have bloomed under the umbrella term of what is like now known as the Indian nation state. So this multiplicity is something that is also shown in how we have contradicting information about and texts about the ways in which society perceived sexuality, especially as it pertains to non-cisgender heterosexual upper caste men. So there exists a significant amount of anthropological research that states that the Indo-Aryan migration, or like the theory of the Aryan invasion, which occurred during the Bronze Era and coincided with the decline of the Indus Valley civilization, led to the establishment of this patriarchal, patrilocal, and patrilineal social structure, and also led to the appearance of Indo-European languages and Vedic religion in the subcontinent. At the same time, these are only one of the migrant lineages that impacted Indians, because we have a lot of other cultures that impacted us as well. All of this to say that the sculptures and literature that we're going to be speaking about in the next sections come from a variety of ages, all of which had somewhat different prevailing beliefs, but overall occurred in the period after the demise of the Indus Valley civilization and prior to 1757, when the British occupied Bengal and began their colonial exploitations.
Side note, I'm a big fan of the Indus Valley civilization. It's very fun to read about. But yes, thank you for, kind of putting the timeline of what we're going to be doing. I love this slide. It gives me a lot of joy. We're looking at all of these different statues, and these are like so old. Some of them are like they're all about a few centuries old to start with, but some of them are even older. The one at the bottom is my personal favorite, which basically shows a lesbian orgy happening. This statue has been used in almost every queer history article which I have come across on the internet. Somehow this will always be there. And understandably so. It's extremely visceral. It's really doesn't leave much for interpretation. The statue on the rightmost, the tall one, that is supposed to be one of the avatars of one of the Hindu gods, Shiv, if I'm not mistaken. And it's supposed to be one of his more androgynous avatars, which is also kind of, you can see that this isn't a very clearly stereotypical binary gender statue over here. There's gay love in the corner, the left top corner. Basically, these are all old art forms which have existed for generations, but we've somehow sort of wiped out of our memories and come to this very colonial thinking of all things sex and sexuality are bad and must be repressed. At least one version, some versions of India weren't like that. Okay, wait. Okay. So we're going to talk about Hinduism a little bit more. Now, Sonal and I have both been raised as Hindus, and that really impacts the way we look at this work, especially considering Hinduism has been the privileged religious identity in India and has gotten significantly more so in the last few years. It is really important to note that we're speaking from that privileged position. And it makes me wonder how critical we are being, but we're trying. We will be more critical of almost everything we're talking about later as well. One of the things which I found very interesting in my research was Sanskrit, which is one of the oldest languages, and a lot of Indian languages have derived from Sanskrit, had gender neutral pronouns. Hindi, which is one of the languages which is said to have come very directly from Sanskrit, is a very, very binary gendered language. It's not just people who are either feminine or masculine, it's also inanimate objects. A table has a gender, a chair has a gender. And it's wild to me to realize that our parent language was a lot more gender neutral, or at least had those options. All of the major Hindu texts, Vedas, Mahabharata, Ramayana, Puranas, they all have characters and references to homoerotic relationships. There's beautiful homoerotic poetry. It was interesting because as an asexual person, some of the homoerotic readings which I was coming across seemed less sexual and more, queer, platonic, intense friendship, relationship type of thing, but they have not been coded as that. I just did that. But I would be very curious to have an asexual person go through all of these homoerotic research and see what they have to say. But yeah, there were characters, gods were, very gender fluid, as I mentioned earlier. And Hinduism hasn't been great at being accepting. Like, we've started generating this idea that Hinduism at its core is very accepting, which isn't always true. What is true is that upper caste Hindus got a lot of freedom. There was a lot of acceptance. For everyone else, it wasn't illegal. It wasn't always very, like, being gay or being in gay relationships was looked down upon but accepted. So it kind of met the bare minimum mark for being inclusionary to some extent. But these texts do make it clear that different identities were part of culture at the time. Vedic texts had words for lesbians and gay men, swarinis and klebas. The Vedas also have 8 forms of marriages, and they're almost entirely heterosexual and are very prescriptive in terms of these are the 4 approved styles and these are the 4 unapproved styles. Gandharva was one of the unapproved styles of marriage, but was also considered to be one of the purest because it's of celestial variety. All of the other forms, there's a huge inclusion of parents in choosing partners, in doing the negotiation for who gives what amount, cows, money, jewels. And Gandharva is the only form of marriage which is separate from parents. It's just between the 2 people who are involved, and it included gay and lesbian couples. It was still primarily heterosexual couples, but had some inclusion and was considered celestial in its own way. Some of the statues I showed you earlier was from Khajuraho temple, which is very ancient India. So this is kind of also the timeline where 3rd gender identities were widely accepted and considered auspicious. The mythology kind of says that Ram sanctioned them with the power to bless events, people, children, which is one of the reasons why hijras are still invited to weddings and births to come and bless the union, bless the child, because they're seen to be closer to God with their fluid identities. And I think I've already mentioned how some of the gods had female or androgynous avatars, and basically queerness is very part of Hindu mythology. It's just usually very upper caste mythology.
Yes, and on that note, just kind of want to touch upon, the concept of Brahmanical patriarchy, because when Sananda and I were talking about these texts, I recall them sharing that they had found relief when they read them, knowing that our culture isn't what rejects queerness offhand, but rather it's the colonial oppressors whose dominance in many ways depended on us believing they were superior because of the way in which they enforced their own restrictive, rigid, and unnatural stipulations. Honestly, I also feel immense grief and anger at what was imposed on us and what our ancestors suffered, and how these restrictions continue to plague us today, and have really big material consequences for queer and trans kids in households all over India. At the same time, it is this grief and anger that I feel that also makes it important for us to not misrepresent our history, through like rose-colored glasses, because then we kind of get a distorted view of where we are as a society and the work that needs to be done for the freedom of all. So, for example, the Vedic texts and the Kama Sutra were more open to gender and sexual fluidity, but as Sananda mentioned, were also deeply mired in casteist rhetoric and really helped establish and reinforce Brahmanical patriarchy. Now, this concept of Brahmanical patriarchy, as explained by Taimuri Sundarajan, who is a Dalit activist and artist in the US, as well as an executive director of Equality Labs, which is an international organization led by Dalit feminists, queer, and trans folk, dedicated to caste annihilation. Brahmanical patriarchy refers to the interlocking systems of caste, gender norms, and rituals under Brahminic tradition that enforce caste through women and their reproductive function. This isn't really a new term. It's been exemplified and used by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, Perrier, Uma Chakrabarti, and many other Indian feminists to basically explain how, this duality that exists in all of our readings of these texts, which is despite this acceptance of varied sexualities and gender identities, there was a strong hierarchy that continues, a trend of exclusion and violence perpetrated to the benefit of upper caste communities, especially their men, at the cost of oppressed castes, especially their women and non-cishet men. So, again, when we talk about the Vedic texts, as Sunanda mentioned, we have these 8 different types of marriages. But what's again prevalent, which is sometimes a big theme in a lot of these texts, is that there is a hierarchy among these marriages. And the level of dominion that the father had over the woman was key in considering which was an approved form of marriage and which was not an approved form of marriage. So the first 4 approved forms were like Brahma, Dev, Arsh, and Prajapat. And the bottom 4 were Asur, Gandharv, Rakshas, and Pesach. Now, Gandharv marriage, which is the marriage through mutual consent, it's the marriage without the father's involvement, and the one that involved gay marriage was 6th in the hierarchy. And I think this is the part that really stuck with me. It's only above marriage due to abduction and rape. So as you can see, it's allowed. It's not criminalized because encoded criminal law is a colonial concept, but it's not celebrated or approved of either. Similarly, the Kama Sutra must also be located within the power dynamics of the Brahmanical patriarchy because it expects women to play an active part in their own subordination and prescribes that gender non-conforming folk need to play a specific role in sexual relations, and also prescribed violence to certain women based in their caste and class location. The only thing is that in the general sense, Kama Sutra was not obsessed with procreation and did not prescribe the use of sex for its fulfillment alone, which again, within that context is a fairly, what we call a progressive value, or a value that we can kind of align with, and something that we often talk about in queer theory, and we talk about when we're imagining our queer futures together.
This idea which you mentioned, that Kama Sutra was considered progressive because it didn't just prescribe sex for procreation. It's wild that that is a progressive idea, considering how recent it is. This sex for procreation only is a very, very, very colonial Catholic idea. And a text which was so much older just knew better already, in some things at least.
I think it's also interesting to note that, again, I haven't read this text fully, but I've heard, correct me if I'm wrong, that the Bhagavad Gita also often used sex for its procreative function and emphasized the purity of it through that lens. But overall, what I have gotten a sense of is that the punishment attached to deviating from cultural norms was different for upper caste folk. So I think there is that complexity of the fact that multiple viewpoints were allowed to exist at the same time. Whereas with colonialism, I feel that a lot of it was encoded into this one restrictive form that really set us all back by so much and for so long.
You gotta love that the folks who went around the world civilizing it just took us backwards in every way or form. But yeah, I think like this kind of looking at, right before we were colonized, we were ruled by the Mughal Empire. This is the simplistic way of kind of saying this. And the Mughal Empire was in India for a very long time. And during this time, we have a lot of homoerotic art and poetry, which was just like really part of the culture. You see that in like homosexuality, especially for men, upper caste men, was seen to be very accepted. So there is a lot of literature and art around one of the rulers, Barbar, who was known to have a crush on a man. There were like stories about Mughal emperors and their slaves who were supposed to be in a relationship, I have a lot of questions. This is one of the art forms which, like one of the stories which came out in a lot of the research. And I have a lot of questions around any love story between a master and a slave, but like, at least it was queer. I don't know. But during the Mughal Empire, there was a lot of homoerotic art, which also not all of it around power disbalances. And the message which we get from all of this was that for upper caste men, there wasn't just tolerance, there was acceptance for homosexuality, for being even bisexual. There is proof that it was accepted. And this is still during the same time where hijras are still considered to be auspicious. So they have important positions in courts, they're political advisors, religious leaders, and in Islamic traditions, they were considered to be people who are trusted. So they would guard holy places, they were placed closer to kings, all with the idea that, oh, these are folks who are blessed, so we must have them closest to the leader, closest to the important aspects of life, which often was religion. It's actually really fun to kind of do that little fall back and go into seeing what type of stories and what type of art existed back then, and see how it's been interpreted now by all these variety of different folks. There are some queer and feminist researchers who will see the same text in very different ways. Interpretation really changes how we consider something, and that's the world we're living in now. Now we're here to talk about colonization.
Indeed. But I think like also, I feel like when reading some of these old texts, what you said, just the thought of like a love story between an enslaved individual and the slave master or slave owner is so wild. And I think like even when we're thinking about some of these texts, like the Kama Sutra, just reading it gives such a visceral reaction when you read the casteist, sexist language. And I think it's what you said, it's interpretation changes so many things. And I think we have to kind of look at these texts within the context of where they came from, while still rejecting them in terms of what we're looking at right now. But I think just looking at our history makes me think about how much erasure happened during colonialism, how much we had our own problems, we still have those problems, and now we have more problems that is being enforced on us by the dominant culture. So we're just like sitting here a confused mess in so many ways. And I think that is really heartbreaking in many ways, because I think that we can see that queerness and fluidity existed and thrived in pre-colonial India alongside the Brahmanical patriarchy and a culture of like prioritizing heterosexuality for the majority of the population. But the British, with all their self-imposed like settler colonial power, created a standardized legal code called the Indian Penal Code in 1860, which was based upon the British model of sexual repression, purity campaigning, heterosexism, homophobia, and binary thinking, which all inspired Section 377, which criminalized gay activity, gay sex, basically criminalized sodomy. And Section 377 has obviously had long-standing and like really devastating consequences on queer folk in India, especially in how it's implemented. It established this salient aspect of queer sex as non-normative and inferior behavior, and helped create this narrative of queerness being against the order of nature, which is a wholly colonial mentality towards queerness. Because during the colonial occupation, the British colonizers and colonial policy became increasingly concerned with maintaining and emphasizing the divide between the British and Indians in an effort to reinforce British superiority and authority, and all of the things that I guess helped them justify their oppression against the global majority. One of the main ways in which this was done was by associating sexual behavior with one's inherent degenerate essence and social identity due to the repressive norms of Victorian society. So British discourse established that queerness was repulsive, Indians practiced queerness, and hence they were inherently and racially inferior to their British masters. So the colonizers criminalized the Indian Hijra population and used this criminalization to perpetrate immense violence upon this community through a campaign of like planned extinction, through institutionalized murder, castration, and imprisonment. At least that very much seemed encoded to be their plan. Yeah, if we go to the next slide, we'll see that. Sorry, do you want to add something to this, Sananda?
I can add it later. Go ahead.
Okay. Because I think this brings us to looking at modern day queerness and homophobia in a way, because this criminalization of queerness and transfolk, especially transfolk, continues till date in many ways. I read like this 2003 report by the People's Union for Civil Liberties in Karnataka, which conceptualizes the violence inflicted against the trans community in Bangalore, both by the state through the laws and the police, and by civil society, so through their family, media, popular culture, workspaces, and household spaces. So these violations include like routine extortion, harassment, abuse, illegal detention, sexual violence, all of which are perpetrated by the police, who are often protected by the criminal law framework. This violence is also underwritten by the social codes of intolerance towards queer sexualities, which continue despite Section 377 being, ruled unconstitutional. And I think, like, especially when we look at this and we juxtapose it with the narrative of queers and, trans folk being considered closest to God, and how in some ways that continues when they're invited to weddings to bless weddings, but how that norm has also been mutilated and transformed in such violent ways. We, at least for me, I see the way in which our society is at war with itself, because our narrative has been so contorted. So when we speak of cultural elimination, we speak to the idea of queerness in India being thought of as a Western concept, when it's really, really not. It's the policing of queerness and the politicizing of it, which is a Western concept. In our experience as like queer Indian folk, and feel free to interrupt me, Sananda, if you're like, what are you saying? But in our experience as queer Indian folk, as well as in the work that I've done with queer youth in urban cities in India, we notice that there are like these emerging queer stereotypes that really mimic those in the West, such as queer women loving cats, having short hair, wearing flannel, having septum piercings, having colored hair, all of these other things. We love our hair. We love our, cats. And it does make me wonder, though, at the loss of our own like local narratives of queerness, local to our varied and different communities, ones that, if I were to imagine, I'd say that our aunties and ammas and babas can understand, and relate to. One that we could have had, which didn't lead to our Western educated generation being unable to communicate our identities to our communities and our families, where we didn't end up relying on Western narratives that don't fully embody the ways in which queerness shows up for us, and the ways in which queerness is intermingled in our history and in our intergenerational history. So I want to share here, though, that I'm not talking about like a greater Indian narrative of queerness, one that ignores, caste, religion, class, region divides, or like a narrative superimposed by oppressor caste and dominant religion folk onto other communities, but rather one that rejects this homogenization of identities, rejects this Western imperialized narrative of what queerness looks like, and allows us to address and liberate the most marginalized within our Indian communities, emphasizing on the problems and issues that we are facing using our own language and using our own experiences.
I think when I think of like this piece of cultural elimination, I really like what you're saying about it has to be inclusive of all of these different identities, and we find our way forward by trying to figure out what aspects of our history and tradition we want and what aspects need to either be adapted or just burn it to the ground and start all over. Some aspects of our tradition do not need to continue. Nothing about Brahminical patriarchy needs to continue. I don't care how old it is in our tradition. That just shows that our traditions have been wrong for a very long time. But about 377, one of the things which is so directly colonial, but we kind of tend to forget, it didn't just criminalize queer sex. It criminalized any sex which couldn't directly lead to procreation. So this, going back to the idea that this, like the sex for procreation only was such a Western, such a colonial concept, under 377, oral sex, sex toys, all of that was also made illegal. And to me, that kind of also talks about the sexual repression which came in through colonization as well. India is often talked about as the sexually repressed country, sexually repressed culture. And first, we have like 1 million cultures in one country. So that is like one thing cannot be generalized to the whole country. But this idea of sexual repression is not, it is partly colonial. It isn't entirely colonial. I was trying to read up on asexuality in Hinduism in ancient India. And it was always, all the research I was finding was connected to celibacy. And, Sonal, you talked about it a little bit about like this idea that upper caste people were kind of directed at what sex is supposed to be about. And we also have a very moralistic narrative around celibacy. The saints, the Brahmins who are trying to reach salvation or trying to reach nirvana will become celibate, go into a full seclusion to keep their lust under control. So we have a lot of narratives around celibacy, but this idea of this is exactly what sex is for, that part is very colonial in itself, which is kind of wild to think about. And the other aspect of cultural elimination specifically is about the grief that comes with not really knowing how to stay true to my culture while also being identities which aren't reflected in my culture. So this idea that queerness is a Western form, like, parents will say this, oh, you went to America and, just learned American things and that's why you're queer. Those ideas, while I know them to be wrong, they don't always feel wrong. Because if I'm trying to figure out what my queer identity looks like, all of the things, because for me, I came to queerness a lot more comfortably after I moved to the US, which gives me a lot of, cultural dysphoria, but like, it is true. It became easier for me to be out and open over here. And I couldn't do that in India. And, Sonal and I are very good examples of Western's queer stereotypes. I have short hair, you have colored hair, we both love cats. And there are a whole host of other things which kind of meet those stereotypes. And in our discussion, we were kind of getting to where are our problematic stereotypes. Because we're not at a place where we're wanting to say that, oh, we should have stereotypes so that everybody can be one particular way, be prescriptive that way. But we have no narratives around queerness, not ones which are very present in our mainstream society today. All of what we find has to be done through research. This is not being taught in history class. I don't remember having the words queer mentioned in all of school ever. But our history is also taught in very westernized ways. our education system is very reflective of colonial education, and hence loses out on a lot of our culture. So there's a grief around being queer or trans and not always knowing how it connects back to our culture and our traditions, which is why this type of research is always kind of, it brings hope, brings a little bit of excitement, and kind of lessons that, am I whitewashing my own culture type of idea. We wanted to do like a quick, very, very short, quick snapshot of what post-colonial Indian subcontinent has become. We only looked at the two of the biggest countries in the Indian subcontinent, Pakistan and India. And in Pakistan, homosexuality is still criminalized. The colonial laws are still very present. And as we've already talked about, in India, homosexuality was decriminalized. That does not mean it has been legalized, and there is a whole host of things which we need to be doing. Both these countries officially recognize third gender as a state identity, or basically it is officially recognized. Sorry, that was some word vomit happening. But it's also worth noting that, at least in India, our present government, with its Hindu nationalist ideas, has been trying to pass and succeeding in passing new discriminatory laws for trans folks in India, which have included a registry, which is kind of horrifying. Anytime I hear registry for insert identity, it is always horrifying. And a lot of these discriminatory laws are being marketed as protection acts, while actual activists in the community are pointing out how different aspects of it, like a registry, just creates an unsafe environment. Needing like medical transition to be considered as third gender limits what folks are able to access and how they're able to identify. So with transgender identities, we have the bare minimum, which is official recognition, and not much else. And I think I want to re-emphasize the blanks in our education system over here, because none of this is stuff which we talk about in school, in undergrad. I think like if you happen to study gender studies in grad school, maybe this will be a conversation had then, but none of this was something which I learned while growing up. All of this has been recent learning, the last 5-8 years, where I have been privileged to have folks in my life who talk about colonization and help me learn, or professors who indicated enough that I knew that I could go do my own research. But it was all done by folks in my life and none of the systems which are supposed to be educating me. And that just says a lot about how homosexuality, queerness, transness in India is perceived, that it's, oh, you can go figure it out on your own. We do not need any systemic support, while we actually do.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of things to take in as well. And I think that it also made me think about how we can see the ways in which the colonial impact continues till date, as well as the fact that, you know, where there are narratives around, where there are our own words, for example, Khwaja Saras in Pakistan, or like Hijras in India, where there are our own words, and the colonial impact merges with this to create specific laws and legislations that particularly target these communities. So in the sense that in Pakistan, there are certain specific laws that, that give punitive punishments to Khwaja Saras specifically, because there exists the language to describe that community. And I find that relevant because I think that the work has to go side by side. The work to change how India and South Asia, or like the Indian subcontinent in general, views queerness is imperative, and it needs to happen alongside or before we start talking about narratives that could potentially be utilized to to penalize the community. But at the same time, this is just me spitballing because I don't think that we can have normalization before we have conversations. So it's a little bit of my own word vomit happening, but I'm just like, what do we do? There is so much that we need to talk about. And that kind of brings us to this slide. As you can see, it's just a question because I was trying to create a slide where I was going to put, we should do this, we should do that. I was like, how do we take the complexity of our history, honor our grief over what we've lost, and look towards building a queer future that does not replicate the enduring violence of like pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial systems? Namely, as we said right at the beginning, the violence of casteism, grammatical patriarchy, heterosexism, transphobia, classism, white supremacy, and there's a very long list, so much more. Because honestly, I don't know. I remember Sunanda and I were discussing this, and we are just like, let's try to share, because there is no set prescription of actions. There is no set prescription of actions that come to mind to dismantle this like casteist cis heteronormativity, which was a term that I first saw used in a really good article series by Manu, a queer non-binary Dalit feminist, and Manmeet, a queer trans non-binary Sikh, on corelife.org. The title of which was like creating Sikh spaces that support caste oppressed and queer and trans folk. I highly recommend, giving that a read. Feel free to reach out and I can share the article link as well. But yeah, I think it just described in a way where we are, casteist cis heteronormativity, using, again, Western language to conceptualize where we're at right now. Because if I were to say how I guide myself, I think a good place to start is to reflect and ask myself, in a given situation, who has power? Who doesn't have power? Why is this the case? Does this need to change? How do we do that? How do I do that? Sometimes the answer to that is going to look like coalition building, political advocacy, protesting, and engaging in mutual aid. Sometimes that's going to look like grieving and therapy and self-care and giving ourselves the space that we need to process our own experiences. And sometimes it's going to look like assessing our privilege, and the way in which this privilege is taken through the oppression of other communities. Like my upper caste privilege is derived through the brutal and systemic oppression and suppression of Dalit, Bahujan, and Adivasi communities. It's also going to look like rejecting that privilege and advocating in our communities and families for dismantling of that privilege. It's also going to look like passing the mic and redistributing resources to caste oppressed folk, especially gender and sexual minorities within that community. Because I think something that often comes to mind, and I know is definitely a call that echoes in queer advocacy in the US as well, is that nobody is free until all of us are free. And so on that note, I also want to highlight the Pride at Equality Labs event, which is occurring on June 26th and June 27th, which centers the voices of Dalit, queer, and trans leaders from India, as well as another event within the same Pride event with diasporic Dalit, Bahujan, queer organizers, activists, and artists. These dialogues are sure to be deeply enriching and transformative, and I hope the other kind of caste and class privileged folk who are here with me will join me in showing up, listening, donating, and like reflecting on these dialogues so that we can invest in doing the work in our communities that needs to be done. Because I remember Sunanda and I were talking about what needs to be done, and I said that we need to listen to the most marginalized community members, let them take the lead, and also donate and show coin. And something that's really stuck with me with what Sunanda said was that, and we also need to do our own work. I think there's enough burden of labor that is put on these communities, like put on marginalized community members, that is put on individuals who are already struggling under the oppressive systems that benefit us. And so it's about not just consumption, but doing the work that needs to be done by us. But yeah, this is where I'm at, and I'm really, really open to hearing your thoughts and having more conversations around this.
Before I do that, do you want to find the link to the two events you were talking about and put them in the chat?
Yes.
Okay.
My internet is the worst. I was trying to find it and I was like, what's happening? But I will find it.
We live in a world where without the internet, there is chaos. So best of luck. I think one of the things which I have been thinking about a lot, especially given the pandemic, and we've sort of touched on this in a few different ways, but being a little bit more direct on this is intergenerational trauma. We have to, as Sonal said, really, really take the time to introspect, to assess our privilege and how it oppresses others. We've talked a lot about casteism. Well, not a lot. We've talked a bit about casteism and caste privilege, which Sonal and I both have. But we haven't really talked a lot about the privilege we have as being perceived as Hindus. And the oppression which Indians have done on Kashmir, Indian occupied Kashmir, since the moment we supposedly gained independence and took it from them. So it is a weird place to be in, where we are simultaneously the causes of intergenerational trauma for Dalit, Bahujan, Adivasi communities, Muslims, Kashmiris, and we're still also victims of it through colonization and systemic oppression, which has existed upon us as queer folks. So I don't really know what to do from here, but seeing how folks have been during lockdowns and during COVID in India, it's been like watching intergenerational trauma get created. Folks stuck at home, not really able to have conversations with family, which allows them to process their experiences. Folks very concerned about what's happening to everybody else and not being able to take the time to do check-ins for ourselves. Just not really having those conversations which need to be had in order to process what we've all been going through, and rather just pushing it aside so that we can continue being cogs in a capitalist functional society. And I don't know if it is possible to kind of do the figuring out where do we go from here without really taking the time to acknowledge the grief and trauma of our past and how we live with that. Trauma gets passed down in bodies. We carry it in different ways than our ancestors did, but we do carry it. And part of moving forward has to be being able to acknowledge that and start working through it so that we can talk about the fear that exists with just going out. Sonal, I don't know if you've gone out with colored hair in India, but when I used to, because once upon a time I had hair and it was often very colorful, there was always people staring. Most times there would be somebody or another with some comment, usually men who I'm coding as cis and het, which made it unsafe for me to be able to leave the house looking the way I wanted to look. And so while I have judgment towards myself for feeling freer in a country which has colonized and taken away freedoms from millions of people across the world, I also understand why it feels safer for me to leave the house with bright purple hair. I don't, at least in New York City, because I don't expect to be assaulted or accosted here. So yeah, I think just this was me trying to bring some attention to the generational trauma which we live with and the havoc it wreaks on our bodies and our minds and our ability to actually move forward. I want to take this time to check in with people and see what your suggestions, what are for where do we go from here? What is the fantasy you want to move towards? And what are some things which you really feel need to be considered while we're trying to move towards that fantasy? You can type it into the chat. We also encourage people to unmute and just talk. We'd love to hear from you. Share what you think.
I'm also not sure how it works on Facebook. I don't know if you can see. So if anyone's typing anything on Facebook, I'm sorry, I don't know if you can see what you're saying.
There's a thing on Facebook. Clearly,
I see live on Facebook on the corner of our screen. But like I've just, Zoom is enough.
Yes.
Zoom is enough for me to understand right now.
Please share it on the Zoom chat.
If you can.
We are millennials who do not know technology.
I know. But I was thinking, I was thinking about like intergenerational trauma and how it plays out in like queer communities as well, because I think unprocessed trauma can just look like a lot of emotion in our body that we don't know how to process, how to feel. But we know, we know that felt emotion of grief, sadness, and something being wrong. And if we don't look at it, it can also come out in ways that continues to carry oppressive systems, that continues to marginalize others because of our unprocessed grief. So what I'm thinking of specifically here, for example, is like when I've gone to kind of schools and given talks on the impact of casteism on how we perceive our bodies, I have met a decent amount of pushback, not from the students as much as from the teachers. And I think oftentimes it is this pushback of, we are in so much pain, how can we have privilege? And that kind of carries forward. And I think it's about embracing that complexity, that really, really painful complexity of both being true at the same time. Because I think that conceptualization of right and wrong, binary thinking, is again a colonial narrative of understanding our reality. Yeah, just my 2 cents.
Yeah. White folks really don't understand a lot about gray areas. Antoine says, what do you imagine a restored world for LGBTQ plus communities would be? Would it be a hybrid encompassing some traditions and some colonial aspects, and can this be achieved? In my first year in college, I went for a presentation where, don't remember anything else, but the one thing which really stuck with me was a question around questioning cultures and traditions, critiquing them while also being tied to them. So I think when you say a hybrid, asking about whether there would be a hybrid system, I imagine more of a hybrid system which ideally doesn't have a lot of colonial aspects, but it has a critical acceptance of traditions. So we're not accepting all of them. We don't want to go back to the world which the Vedas or Puranas or any of these texts talked about, but we want to be able to take from our traditions moving forward. So my dream hybrid would be all Indian or all South Asian, no colonization or very limited colonial idea, but taking those traditions with adapting them to be more reflective of who we want to be rather than who we have been. Can it be achieved? I don't think it can in our lifetime. And assuming there are future lifetimes and the planet hasn't exploded because of climate change, maybe it can
What
be
a
achieved.
bummer, Sunanda, what a bummer.
Okay, but tell me I'm wrong.
I'm just saying it's a bummer, not that I disagree. Like, but I think, sorry, you continue. I just interrupted. Continue.
No, you didn't. After calling me a
Okay.
bummer,
Oh,
you
were
get
done.
to speak. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh no. Because I think like I know that this came up for us in our conversation. And I really, really love this question because it's just such a big question. It's like the question that we're trying to ask ourselves. What is when we talk about queer community, when we talk about a queer future, what does that mean? And I know there's so much conversation to be had. There's so many visualizations of what that would look like. So I can share with you my perception, but I know that there are individuals who have painted these beautiful worlds that I really want to jump in and join. And again, the Equality Labs event, I know a big part of it is going to be about that. So I'm very excited and I would highly recommend that you join it because it is about how we can create a joy-filled world, given that we are living how we are living, where we are living currently. And that's without even taking this abhorrent pandemic into account. I think for me, when I think of a restored world for queer communities, I don't know if I'm dreaming small, but I think of it as just starting with acceptance, starting with it just being something that is. Because for example, when I first came into my queer identity, I was in Hong Kong. And I have this friend of mine whom I was doing this coming out with. I was, telling her, I'm actually asexual and like I'm really also questioning my gender identity. And they were like, oh yeah, me too. I was like, I've known you for like 3 years, 4 years. Like, oh, it never came up, And to me, that was something that was so big. That was something that was so important. And it was that internalized freedom, which was heavily fought for, which was heavily worked through. To me, I love that aspect of just waking up queer and then going and getting some chai, like where it's not the biggest part. It's not that part of your identity that is salient in every conversation. It's not that part of your identity that you're constantly aware of and having to navigate around and having to fit yourself into academic discourse and being like, oh, what would that look like for a person who does it? Like just having to always conceptualize yourself as the other. In my own small personal way, that would be queer freedom to me, because I think from there we go into a lot of systemic conversations of freedom. Like we go into a lot of conversations around how it's currently being criminalized and penalized, especially for the individuals who don't have the protective privileges that I do. Yeah, that's my answer for now. But I would really love to hear from anybody else as well in terms of whatever comes to their mind. Because I do think a lot of queerness for me is co-creating. It's about building off of each other's ideas and finding out what queerness means to all of us. Yeah.
I mean, I get the hesitance to talk. Kopal says, I like the idea of people taking part in taking the parts of traditional or cultural aspects and making it their own. Yeah, I think Sonal, I like what you were saying about queer identity not being such a central part at times. It's hard for me to imagine that really. It just seems like my asexual, aromantic, queer identity just defines all of my relationships, including with myself. But I do wonder what traditions I would want to make my own. I think part of my colonial grief has been a disconnect with my own culture. You know, for example, this is a presentation I'm doing in English. It is not my first language, at least it shouldn't be, but it has become what I am more comfortable with. I like the idea of schools and I think decolonization for me also means decolonizing education. I remember while growing up, the idea of going to a Hindi medium school where all the education was in Hindi was just considered bad. Like, oh, those are the lower class schools you go to. Those are the schools where the education isn't good. Why? Because it's in Hindi. High white supremacy. So I want to imagine a schooling system where where both of these aspects of taking part of like really learning traditions, learning cultural aspects, and it's done critically so that I also begin to question what it is. So connection to traditions, to culture, while being able to critique it.
Yeah, I think that's so important. The erasure of history is a huge part of the indoctrination into like cis heteronormative society. And again, it comes back to the way in which narratives are told and narratives are shared that erases and removes aspects of who we've always been as a culture and a community. So yeah, I think that learning about queerness in schools is so important because of multiple reasons, what you said, as well as reducing the bullying, reducing the ways in which violence is perpetrated within schooling systems, within schools upon children, by children, and by teachers and by people in power because of queerness, which is always so heartbreaking to see and so rampant. I think every queer person that I've spoken to who grew up in India remembers the ways in which that internalization of homophobia happened, and the ways in which it was so deeply harmful. So I think, just the more I think about this question, the more I think about community, the more I think about colors, the more I think about like queerness being on the streets of India, queerness being in our aloo tikkis and like all of these other things where it's a vision, because I think in terms of drawings, I think in terms of aesthetics. And to me, it looks like me not wanting to color my hair and using Western ways of queer coding myself. It looks like me knowing how to express my queerness so that I feel like I am supporting my body. I'm supporting my body's queerness while also embracing my cultural expressions. And I think that there are, communities, there are like online and in offline communities that are doing a great job of this, especially at least what I have, there are these pockets of goodness that we're exploring, that are conceptualizing what queerness can look like within our cultural norms. But it's not enough and it's not systemic yet. And so we need to do a lot more work.
See, that's the thing. You're right that we need to do a lot more work, but I have resentment and grief around the fact that there has to be so much work done, at least specifically in connecting to culture. Like, you know, because I studied in English my entire life, mostly if I'm to get better at Hindi now, I need to kind of go back to school, start reading, start writing. It's deeply saddening how, you know, culture gets lost or gets eradicated or destroyed by something which happened so not even that long ago, but something which was completely out of our control. And you were talking about history earlier, and it reminded me that colonization, like, you know, the British destroyed endless history, endless data, information. We don't have a good sense of how much they took from India, because while leaving India, they dumped documents in the ocean, or whatever's left isn't open to the public. So we don't actually know the extent of destruction in these very clear ways, but we feel them. A lot of that we end up feeling. We just, in the way we live life, we also live it in these very colonial ideas of things must be named, they must be measurable, or history being something which has to be researched and peer reviewed or whatnot. Like, a lot of our history is anecdotal. A lot of folk tales have historical components, and they're not always seen as history, but they are. So I want to reimagine education as something which can bring us closer to culture, so we don't have to work so hard at being our own damn selves, and also learn more.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's important for me to think about myself. You know, I feel like that aspect of grieving the fact that this work needs to be done, you know, that this bridge needs to be crossed, and that it feels, especially when we look at it through a historical perspective, it feels so unnecessary. It makes me so angry. It makes me so angry. But yeah, thanks for sharing, Samantha.
Of course. Well, if people have, you know, other things to say, I could have opened the Let's Talk slide way earlier, but in case that seems to have any impact on people wanting to share.
I have a question. I really appreciate what Sonal said earlier about binary thinking being an artifact of colonization and colonized thinking. And it made me think of what Sunanda said earlier about how privileged people are both the perpetrators of oppression and victims of generational trauma at the same time. So you don't want to let people off the hook, but you also don't want to overlook valid pain and suffering. So since you're both in the counseling field, I just wanted to ask, like, how do both of you think that the field can address that duality, the both and of that, from a mental health perspective?
Ask us easy questions, why don't you? I think the first thing is about creating space for both of those conversations, together and separately. I think we can have conversations about generational trauma and privilege in the same breath. And I also think they need to be talked about separately, because, I mean, yeah, the binary thinking, Sonal, that like stayed with me as well. Like, we do need to figure out a way outside it. The way I imagine this is through conversations and community building. So not just conversations in therapy, which is humongously inaccessible, but through building communities which can have the conversation so they can hold each other accountable while also allowing for that space to be in pain. So yeah, that's my thoughts. So no.
Yeah, easy questions, easy questions. I do want to say that I'm asking myself this every day as somebody who is going to be a therapist as well. And I think, I know I've spoken to Sananda about it as well, where we have this, the counseling field, the field of psychology has this history of oppression and being used as a way to police queer bodies, police Black bodies, police like essentially every marginalized community, and reinforce like normative norms of that time, of our time. And so I really don't know. I think that it's something that I need to think about every time I step into a therapeutic relationship. I question the ways in which my education has taught me to show up in these rooms, because I know we are all being educated by a system that perpetuates itself, if you know what I mean. Like, and I think that this needs to change in a variety of ways. This needs to change, especially in the US. As an outsider looking in, I see there's so many ways in which, you know, in which gatekeeping continues to really harm marginalized communities and like perpetuate colonial harms till date, especially with regards to like policing of gender, with regards to policing of sexuality. I'm an asexual individual as well, and I still look at the DSM and I was like, okay, cool to know my, sexuality can be pathologized, no matter how you change the wording from DSM-4 to DSM-5. Like all of these different things exist and are deeply problematic. And again, I don't have the answer. I am an ignorant human. I am just considering. And I think it's on one-on-one interactions that I make the call. I make the call through co-learning, through being told by the people that I'm in community with what is actively harmful. So for me right now, what is important is to create the space for those conversations, and then we go. Yes, I see we have a question.
And we also only have a minute, so let's try and be quick.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Ananda and Sonal, for what you brought to the table today. Just a quick question. I think Sonal touched on this earlier around online communities where she witnessed a kind of flourishing of queerness, maybe beyond the colonial or modernity. So I was just wondering maybe if you could share with us some examples of that. Maybe that's quick or not, however you want to tackle it. Thank you so much.
Definitely. And I think like the community that I was thinking in my mind is this organization that I'm aligned with. This sounds like a plug. It is not, I swear. But it's this organization called Body Banter, where we essentially talk about mental health and body advocacy within the Hong Kong sphere, but it expands into the US as well. And I think, I can share the link, but the focus is actually on talking about the intersections of body policing and like disability and like fat phobia and queerness. That's one thing that comes to mind, and I'll share any more directly with you as they do, because I have to wrap up now. This is me wrapping up. Thank you all.
Thank you everyone for being here. I hope some of your questions were answered, but we are both going to be around, so you can like message us with questions or if you'd like to get in touch. But we really appreciate your attention in this weird time, for no matter what time zone you're in. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. There we go. Antoine shared some.
Yes, thank you very much, Sananda and Sonal, and Sonal. Thank you very much for that. I actually found your presentation actually very enriching, especially when you started to talk about the historical narratives and perspectives, and how colonialism literally erased a whole lot of our our beliefs and our practices, our languages and so forth, and transformed us into who we are today, where in many, not just in India, but throughout the world, have severely impacted indigenous cultures, that they are struggling still to reclaim their sense of self, their sense of identity. And that was kind of like the premise for my question about how do we create that kind of, okay, first we have the ancient practices and beliefs that accepted LGBTQ people, across the board. And then you have colonialism come in, which kind of transformed but destroyed, and at the same time may have fine-tuned or made some things better in terms of understanding, maybe or maybe not. But then what does that look like for the future for our communities? Do we go back? Which do we hew to? The post-colonial or colonialist mentality? Or do we try to, in a vain effort, grab onto the ancient, the traditional? So I like this conversation because I think this conversation is valuable to understanding our role and who we are, our sense of self. As they say, if you don't know your past, then you don't know who you are, you don't know your future. You know what I mean? So so anyway, and also the question, how those two particular historical monoliths impact our mental health today within the same construct of intergenerational trauma, because it's trauma it's compounded trauma. And so how does that impact our mental health today and how we see ourselves within the same construct of who our sense of self, our identity? So once again, thank you very much to Sunanda and Sonal. This is really and truly a very informative and very educational perspective. Thank you. So let me just share my screen again, if I could find it. Hang on. Okay, so our next presenter is Lana Patel. Lana Patel is an Afro-Indian Caribbean trans woman from New York City who studied psychology and music at Florida State University. She's a senior community coordinator for Plume, a digital health company for trans folks and by trans folks, and resides in the greater Los Angeles area. Lana shared with us a video, which we will try to work on sharing now.
Hi loves, Lana Patel here, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. And I am so honored to be a keynote speaker for this Pride event. And in the theme of Pride being 2021 and being someone of the South Asian, Indo-Caribbean community, I think it is a time of celebration, but also centering. And we have seen each other through a year unlike any other. I don't even think those of older generations were prepared for what we had to go through in a digital age with this 2020 pandemic. But we are here and we are celebrating Pride once again. And now Pride looks a little bit different. So yes, we are virtual and we're able to hold space for so many of our siblings, but we're also in places and spaces where we can go out and we can celebrate our Pride out loud and in living color. But I want to take a moment to really speak to the things that make me proud and the work that needs to continue to happen so that we all can be proud. Maya Angelou says in her poem, Still I Rise, right? You may try to bury me. You want to see me with my head hang low. And it reminds me of why we continue talking about our resiliency and why we talk about our pride, because the world has fought so hard. Our friends, our family, those who don't know us have fought so hard for us to continue hanging our head low. And as a trans woman, as a Black trans woman, as a brown trans woman, as a first generation trans woman, I know this plight all too well. I've had to fight like a concrete rose to push myself to ascend, to move beyond a tough, harsh gravel that was meant to bury me, but actually aided in my ascension. And Maya Angelou, she says, "Still I rise, bringing forth the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. Still I rise." And we rise and we continue to ascend. But in 2021, there are conversations that need to continue to happen, right? We see that Black and brown trans women of color are still being disproportionately murdered and being victims of violence. We need to create a space where we remove the patriarchy, where we dismantle toxic masculinity and male fragility, and we really enter a space where we can just feel safe, right? Moving away from conversations of being always having to be strong and brave, and having conversations where we can talk about what a brave space looks like, how we can create brave spaces for each other, and how we can thrive. So we can see folks beyond 35, beyond 45, having full-fledged lives, celebrating pride until their 70s, 80s, 90s, and beyond. That is my dream, that is my hope, that is my goal. And I want to be able to celebrate pride in every Caribbean country. I want to go to Jamaica, I want to go to Trinidad, I want to go to Guyana, I want to go to Antigua, Haiti, Dominican Republic. Let's celebrate pride, big up style, carnival style, lime fete, pagua, the whole nine. I want to see it happen because I know that we are capable, that we are able, that our people exist there, that we are alive and present there, that we have a right to be there, that we should not have to flee, seeking asylum in other places and other spaces, far from our home, so that we can be, so that we can exist. And there's a lot of work to get there, but I know it is all possible. But for now, I wanted to take this moment to just live in this beautiful opportunity that we have to celebrate our pride. So with that, I'm Lana Patel. It has been an absolute honor. Happy Pride. I love you all, and let's make the most of it.
Thank you very much, Lana, for sharing your thoughts with us. We now move on to our next performer, or our activist, poet, actor, and founder, Kalki Subramaniam. Is Kalki here?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Welcome, Kalki. So Kalki Subramanian is an Indian transgender activist, artist, poet, and actor, and inspirational speaker. Kalki is the founder of Sadhuhari Foundation, an organization which works for the social, political, and economic empowerment of transgender people in India. She has spoken to over 1 million students across India and is known for her relentless and fierce activism for establishing social justice and equality for transgender people in India. She was one of the prominent Indian activists advocating and lobbying behind the recognition of legal rights for transgender people by the Supreme Court of India in 2014. Kalki has received several awards for her contribution towards transgender rights. She was one of the major campaigners behind the Indian Supreme Court's verdict legalizing transgender identities in India. Her collection of poetry in Tamil titled Kuri Aruthian was published in 2014. It has been hailed as an outstanding work of poetry. Kalki's debut in Indian film world happened with Narthaki, an offbeat film and the life journey of a transsexual woman, her quest for happiness, love, and finding her identity and true happiness. She became the first transsexual actor in India to do a lead role in a major motion picture. Community members, I'd like us to welcome Kalki Subramaniam to join us to share her knowledge with us. Thank you very much, Kalki. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. Thank you so much to you. Hello, everyone. Happy to meet all of you. And of course, among all of you, I know Manvendra Singh, who is a brother to me and a very good friend. Hello, Manvendra. And of course, in India, we are on a transition period after the recognition of the Supreme Court, which after the recognition of transgender civil rights, which was recognized by the Supreme Court of India, and the recent 2019 decriminalization of homosexuality, the decriminalization of the Indian Penal Code that criminalized homosexuality, Section 377. These are some of the major victories for the LGBTQI community in modern India. So we are actually moving from that to more inclusion at workplaces, inclusion in educational institutions, and inclusion majorly in our families. Ultimately, that is what is going to give us wellness in our mental as well as physical health. I would like to read a poetry which is going to be published. My collection of poetry titled We Are Not the Others is going to be published next week. I would like to read one poem out of that collection. Don't tell that to me. The title of the poem is Don't Tell That to Me. I am tired of you telling me how I don't look like a transgender woman. I am tired of you telling me I look just like a real woman. I am tired of you telling me I'm so brave. I am tired of you telling me everything is perfect except my voice, which could be more feminine. I am tired of you asking me when was the first time I felt that I'm a transgender. I am tired of you asking me if I live with my family. I am tired of your curiosity. I am tired of your sympathy. I am tired of your stare. I am tired of your whispers. I'm tired of you asking me to bless you. To you and to the million others, I want to shout, I am made of flesh and blood, of fear and hope, of joy and pain. I am like you. I am human too. So this is one of the poetry that is going to be appearing in my upcoming book, We Are Not the Others, which is going to be available in Amazon from next week. And I believe that poetry and art can make a major difference in not only empowering the LGBTQI community, but also healing those people who practice art, healing those community persons from the LGBTQI who practice art. It really heals, whether it is fine arts like painting or drawing or illustrations, or whether it's singing or dancing or writing lyrics or playing a music instrument or acting. That talent in us is what really is our identity. Our transgender or gay or lesbian or bisexual identity is the least that we should be bothered. More than that, the world should be bothered about. We are perceived by the talent we possess. We should be perceived by the characters. We should be perceived by the contributions we make for the society, for the public, and for the entire world. That is how we should be perceived. So our identity as a transgender or a gay or a lesbian or a bisexual or intersex is just one-dimensional, because every transgender gay or lesbian person has multi-dimensional personality. So many beautiful things about them. Their creative energy is limitless, infinite. And what I read is just a poem that I wrote about hundreds of poems. And I create a lot of art too. Basically, art and poetry have healed my journey. And I encourage our transgender community to participate in art. And through our Sahodri Foundation, which I founded in 2008, I've been practicing art and I've been encouraging our transgender community to practice art for their livelihood, to make them become activists, for them to become participatory in activism, and also to support their livelihood. This summit is global, and this summit is so much important, and I'm thankful to all of you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kalki, for sharing your poetry. And I like that poem because I can almost hear in the words that you're asked, that you recited just now, and many of our in our transgender community who are frustrated, tired of being questioned, because those questions come across also. They may be curious, but they also come across, I imagine, as interrogations. And so it's as if they are stripping you every time, every question, of a little bit more of your identity, of your sense of self. And I can really and truly, understand that question, those questions. I am trying to, we're supposed to take a break now for about 20 minutes. I'm trying to pull up a video from a discussion that we had early this year that talked about drumming as a form of healing from mental health. And we focused on different types of drumming: Indian drumming, Native American, Native Caribbean, indigenous drumming, and African drumming. So just bear with me for a second while I try to access this video, and I will share it with us, and I will share it in a moment. Hello and good evening.
Hindu hymns or songs are known as bhajan or kirtan. The tabla was often played to invoke rhythm and essential vibrations while accompanying a bhajan or kirtan during festivals and rituals as well. Muslims across Asia produce different spiritual genres of music, which are called qawwali, Sufi, and ghazals. The way in which the tabla is striked is known to invoke emotion and energize the soul. In the 1800s, when Indian indentured workers were brought from India to the West Indies, the tabla, among many other instruments, were brought as well. With limited resources and through oral traditions, the tabla tradition has been preserved across the West Indies. In Guyana and Trinidad, the tabla is mainly used during puja rituals and non-religious music as well. This evening, we are privileged to have an esteemed musician hailing from Trinidad and Tobago. His name is Ravi Charan, and he will be demonstrating some tabla beats for you. Thank you, Ravi. If you can give him a round of applause from wherever you are, I'm sure he'd greatly appreciate it. So again, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Pratima Kushmani Sridevi Dubey. I am a volunteer for the Caribbean Equality Project, who is actually bringing to you this evening this demonstration. So to move on, the second demonstration will be a demonstration of the dholak. A dholak is a traditional North Indian hand drum, and it is not as intricate in language or methodology in comparison to that of the tabla, which you just heard. The dholak was used in Hindu and Muslim and rural tribal folk indigenous Indian and Asian music. Like the tabla, it was brought to the West Indies during indentureship. However, because of the simplicity of the dholak in comparison to tabla, it was most commonly played and accessible across the West Indies. For example, in Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, Fiji, Jamaica, etc. The dholak is played for many purposes across the Caribbean and the West Indies. Hindu rituals and festivals and music, for example, during Holi or Pagwa, the dholak is used for chautal, which is a traditional folk style that came from northern India and is sung to invoke happy energy to signify the coming of spring. Traditionally, we're accustomed to seeing dholak playing by men or boys. But in India and in the West Indies during wedding festivals, and in modern times now, women play the dholak. This evening we are privileged to have with us an esteemed dholak player named Kajol Ji, hailing from Trinidad and Tobago as well, and she resides in New York City. So give her your attention, please. Thank you, Kajol. So the drum that we're going to listen to now is called the tapu, originally known as the parai. It is a drum native to South India, and it is somewhat considered to be a snare drum. It is played with 2 sticks and slung over the shoulder. In Tamil, parai means to speak. In the olden days, parai was used for multiple reasons, ranging from warning people about an upcoming war, announcing a victory or defeat, celebrating a wedding, a birthday, or even to honor someone's life when they die. Like the tabla and the dholak, the tapu or the parai was brought to the West Indies from South India. But it is mainly used by Shakti worshippers or people from South Indian lineage to celebrate wedding festivities or to honor someone who has died, mainly to invoke the energy of their worship deities. Also, when you would visit a Shakti temple or a Madrasi temple, traditionally you may see people dancing in trance, or you may see someone invoked and they would call that person Ma, or master. And these are deities that they're invoking through the power of this drumming. Traditionally, this drum is mostly played by men. Today we are privileged to have young Shival Virapan, who actually is from Indo-Guyanese heritage. And her ancestors are from Madras, India, Tamil Nadu. And we are so privileged, like I said, to be able to listen to this invocational drum, which I'm sure will invoke some sort of energy or power within you. So let's give her your attention. Thank you, Shivo. I'm pretty sure you felt that spike of energy. So traditionally in India and different parts of Asia, wherever Hindus are, and especially within the West Indies, besides Diwali, a celebration that is very much so looked forward to is Holi or Phagwa. And Holi is a popular ancient Hindu festival, also known as the Festival of Spring, or the Festival of Colors, and the Festival of Love. The festival signifies the triumph of good over evil. So, this is a tradition brought from India over to the West Indies, and regardless if you were Madrasi or from South Indian heritage, or whether you were from Bihari heritage, or whether you were even Muslim or not subscribed to religion, Holi was a festival that everybody participated in. As again, it was not a festival that signified religion, but a festival that signified joy and color and the coming of spring. So today, we're going to demonstrate how in the West Indies, there is a combined aspect of love through the art of drumming. And so independently, these drummers have shown you what they sound like. Selfishly, I kind of want to join in, so I'm going to sing a line or two of a popular Holi song. Yeah. And Ravi's going to start off, Kajal's going to join in, and Shivo is going to add that element of fire. So this is what we all would sound like. This is what our ancestors sounded like. Holi re, holi re, holi re, holi re. Are khele masane mein holi, oh khele masane mein holi, दिगंबर खेले मसाने में होली, होली खेले मसाने में होली, दिगंबर खेले मसाने में होली, भूत पिशाच पठोरी, अरे भूत पिशाच पठोरी, दिगंबर खेले मसाने में होली, होली खेले मसाने में होली, अरे खेले मसाने में होली, दिगंबर खेले मसाने में होली.
we just like to be able to once again say thank you to the Caribbean Equality Project and to the Pandita Dubé and the team for sharing with us some of their drumming. This was an exercise, an experience that we held back in February, where we looked at how indigenous, ancient, native drumming can help with mental health, was important in mental health for healing. So now we go on to our next portion of our day, where we go to the next panel discussion that Sunanda Jalot will host, along with panelists Sonal Govila, Harish Karnith Yegan, Kalki Subramaniam, and Lakshmi Monaram.
Hi, everyone. I want to do a quick check to make sure all the panelists are here. I see Sonal, I see Lakshmi, Harish. Is Kalki going to be joining us?
I don't know if she's still here.
Okay. Okay.
I think Kalki will be joining us around 9 p.m. IST, which would mean
that is
45 minutes
ago. It's past it. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Irrelevant contribution.
Okay. Well, it is great to have you all here. You've all mostly been introduced, but I will do a quick intro myself. So we have Sonal. Sonal is an asexual queer Indian resident of Hong Kong. She's currently pursuing a master's in counseling psychology and an advanced certificate in sexuality, women, and gender issues at Columbia University, and is looking to work with queer Asian folks as a therapist. She's also the part of a leadership team in a Hong Kong-based nonprofit that focuses on facilitating conversations around body acceptance, advocacy through a decolonized, intersectional, and community-based lens. Prior to that, she has been working with various social services organizations in Hong Kong and occasionally India in the areas of mental health, empowerment of marginalized and oppressed communities, and individuals experiencing distress and suicidal ideation, which is a lot of things. So thank you for being here. Harish hails from Chennai in India and has been living in New York for the last 5 years. He holds a Master of Science in Computer Science from Columbia University and is currently a PhD student at New York University. He has volunteered for various Pride events and also served a one-year term as Director of Diversity, Accessibility, and Inclusion Committee of NYC Pride. He is currently a member of the D&I committee at NYU's Graduate School of Arts and Sciences. Harish's advocacy and academic goals intersect in his aim to create modern, safe, and secure spaces that transcend traditional definitions of accessibility, inclusivity, and diversity. That is also a lot of things, and I'm really glad to have your voice here with us.
Thank you.
Yeah. And last but not least, Lakshmi was also raised in Chennai and spent most of her life in South India before moving to the US to pursue a master's in computer science at Stanford University. She is one of the co-petitioners on a plea made to the Delhi High Court to recognize marriage between any two individuals, regardless of gender. She currently lives in Seattle and works as a machine learning engineer at LinkedIn. Thank you all for being here. It is great to see all of you. We've had some interactions over email, but it's nice to put faces to everyone's names. To our participants, if you have questions for our panel, please feel free to keep putting them onto our chat. I will be looking at it as and when we have messages. But till then, I have some questions for all of us. So I think to start with, one of the questions which has been very forefront when it comes to queer politics and queer identities in Indian culture is, what is the role of intersectionality in our movements? We've seen how things are in the US or in different other Western countries. So this question is to all of you, whoever wants to answer. How do you see intersectionality playing a role in the queer movement in India? And what do we need to be doing more of?
Okay, let me break the ice. That was a very, I mean, I can't stand awkward silences. It's something that I mean, as a teacher, when I enter the classroom and I ask a question, that's the thing that I dread the most. I ask a question and it goes unanswered, so much so that I have to badger them. To answer your question, a lot of spaces, at least in India, for queer spaces, are primarily geared towards people with broad underprivilege. This is basically people who are who belong to the classic definition of the Brahminical caste, and that's the bane of it. And there should be a lot more for inclusivity. And there's been a lot of movement in the direction to include more Dalit voices, more Bahujan voices, more Adivasi voices, but that's few and far apart. And there tends to be a view of queer movement in a way as a monolith from just one perspective, and that's a shame. And that is something that is terribly wrong. And that's also very true in most queer movements, even in the US. Like there has been movement towards inclusion, but that's again few and far apart, because there tends to be the perspective that's very popular is that there's the global north, someone who is very, primarily Caucasian and white narrative towards sexuality, towards gender identity is what is prevalent. And there's not a lot of movement towards including other folks, people of color, Black, Indigenous voices. It's not happening. And so I guess it's true for queer movements, but as in India, where there are these historically disenfranchised voices that's there, adding the layer of sexuality and gender identity to that makes them more vulnerable and pushed further and further to the fringes of the society, which is a shame.
So thanks for taking that up, Harish, and breaking the ice, and thanks everyone for having me here, and thanks Ananda for the introduction. And I think I want to second Harish in saying I think I've been openly queer and more visible and have been more comfortable in my own skin, I think, after moving to the US. And the first time I've been inside of a queer community group is after I moved to the US. And it's very, well, it's kind of like, it's great to have a community group, but then I don't see a lot of women in these spaces. It's a bunch of gay men hanging out, and that's how it's been, even in the US. And when I think about it in India, it's all the more glaring. Why are people who identify as women not in these spaces? Why are trans folks not in these spaces? I feel like that has deep history, and it's very intertwined with the patriarchal society that we are in, regardless of whether it's India or US. We are in a patriarchal society, and it shows up and manifests itself in many ways, I think.
Thank you both for sharing your perspectives on this. And I really relate, Lakshmi, about like coming out and being more comfortable in the US, but still seeing queer spaces very dominated by men, and figuring out how to like have more conversations around inclusivity, both in terms of caste, as you said, Harish, and gender as well. So it's really good to have those perspectives. I also want to take a moment to welcome Kalki, who's back with us. Kalki, we've just started on our panel, and the question which we just were discussing right now was about what is the role of intersectionality in the movement for queer and trans rights in India. If you have any thoughts on that, feel free to jump in. You haven't missed much. You're muted right now.
Sorry about that. I believe that within the LGBT community in India, and of course across the world over, I believe that first we should address our own issues. I know a lot of gay people who have transphobia and a lot of transgender people who are homophobic. And on the outer layer, we support each other. But are we sensitized enough within ourselves, within our own community, to accept ourselves unconditionally is something I would like to put forth as a question. And also, another deep concern I have is that when I've seen it in my own eyes and what happens to my friends. When transgender women have had several relationships with a straight man and has been rejected time and again because of her identity, transgender identity, she actually gets fed up, of course. But that does not stop her from loving someone whom she feels very protected and safe and all that. That way, a transgender woman might choose another transgender woman to have a romantic relationship, to have that bonding, romantic bonding and all that. But mostly these relationships are not approved by the transgender community itself, especially by the seniors of the transgender community. More than just the disapproval, it is actually ostracization, discrimination, and punishment within the transgender Hijra community. That is given to these people, innocent people, who fall in love with each other and who try to protect each other through a relationship, through love, through bonding. So this is something within the transgender community I found that it is very homophobic. I really don't know how it is perceived in the West, because even though I've been to the US and Canada many times, I haven't seen a transgender couple. So I really don't know how they feel. But I do know transgender women in a relationship with the cisgender women. But of course, it's not questioned much. But when two transgender women from India, two hijras or tirunangais from India, they are in a relationship, their relationship is actually in a question. I mean, when we talk about intersectionality, I think more than everything else, I think these are some of the primary issues that we face in modern India within our community that have to be addressed. And we have to, as a community, if we are celebrating with pride flags and if we are celebrating our rainbow identities and everything, we need to smash that patriarchy that exists within our minds. We need to smash that bigotry about homosexuality and about transgender people, that we need to upload ourselves with a lot of knowledge, and we need to accept people as who we are, they are. And that is what is rainbow. That is what is true acceptance. That is what is celebration. That is what is pride.
Yeah, I think all of you are highlighting that divisions exist within the community as well. And in order to move forward, we have to figure out how to have lesser divisions within the queer trans community. So we're moving forward collectively, stronger together and all of that. My next question, I'm just also checking to see if anybody else has posted a question. They have not. So my next question is about like the impact white supremacy and Western cultural hegemony has on the understanding of queerness and transness in Indian cultures. Some of you have lived in different countries or visited, so I'm very curious to see what your experiences have been.
Yeah, I think that's, am I? Constant check, can you hear me?
Yeah.
But I think you can. Yes. I think that's something that's always front and center for me as an immigrant in Hong Kong, who, because of like language barriers, isn't really integrated into the local Cantonese queer culture. But at the same time, the way in which the international community here in Hong Kong communicates about queerness is very much dripped in Western imperialist notions of how queerness is conceptualized. So I think like even starting from the word queer, the way in which it embraces my identity, embraces the fluidity with which I like to express myself is something that is not of any of the cultures that I would consider myself a part of, but that is of the content that I consume, that is of the content that individuals that I associate with consume, and that is of the academic research that gets published and peer-reviewed and all of these other things. So in terms of the impact of white supremacy, I think the biggest impact is on how it continues to dominate the ways I think about myself. Even as I try to reject that notion, it is the language that seems to come most easily when I talk about my queerness, and that's a constant thing to grapple with. Even, in the presentation that we gave prior to this panel, I was constantly reminded of the fact that intersectionality is, of course, something that was coined by Black women in the US, but I still think of it as being in the US. There's all of these terms that are relevant to us now in terms of how we conceptualize it, but they're, again, copy pasted and made to fit us rather than created by Indians to communicate their experiences. And this, I'll wrap up quickly, but I do think like this also kind of points to what you asked in the first question, which is that this language as a result then creates a class divide, creates an educational divide, creates a caste divide, because we are in our circles, in our bubbles of the language that we use, and the way in which this language gatekeeps conversations. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
That is very useful, and the language part really gets to me. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel like after coming to the US, so many labels. There's so many little check boxes you need to tick before you can be queer enough. That's kind of like sad. How do I be queer enough? Like color my hair, have body piercings, and that doesn't define how queer I am, or am I queer at all? It's out of the question, right? I should be allowed to call myself whatever, and labels are just like a salad of alphabets. I do not care, as long as you're able to bring your authentic selves to your personal lives and professional lives, and be able to live a fulfilling life is what pride is about. Like Kalki said, we don't have to be very conditional about how we love or who we love, and that is the definition of pride. And after I came to the US, is when I started being open in these queer spaces. Like I said, the more I interact with queer spaces, the more check boxes and labels that are being shoved upon me. And for some reason, like well, I look lesbian enough because I have short hair, but long hair lesbians are totally valid too. And I hate that short hair is always associated with lesbianism. It need not be. It doesn't, there is no definition for each of these labels. And we are what we are. And I don't find meaning in labels. For some reason, these definitions did not exist when I was in India, and I was a lot more happier. I'm going to go to your earlier question a little bit and also talk about how I'm what I think is a mask-leaning lesbian. I conform to traditionally male gender norms. I do not believe in male gender norms at all. But okay, I wear pants and shirts. I sport short hair. I ride motorbikes. So traditionally male gender norms, right? And I have had very little bad experiences compared to, let's say, a gay man who's more effeminate in how they behave. And being a mask-leaning lesbian, it's been easier because it's a man's world, and it's so it's kind of crazy how patriarchy is so much seen in queer experiences. And as much as I'm fortunate to be on the right end, it's kind of scary. I might have very well born in anywhere in the spectrum, and it is very, very unfair to the rest of the community to be going through that. And I totally see that because I used to sport long hair. I used to be very like female conforming, and I feel like I've been living in two different worlds. Like there is one pre my haircut and one post my haircut, and now I enjoy a lot of these male privileges. And the more I become conscious of these privileges, the more furious that I am about like how much my female counterparts are missing out on. But coming back to your question, I think labels and definitions and these Western stereotypes are very, very confining. I wish they didn't exist. Queer people are queer people, period.
So to the first point about how there are a lot of vocabulary that we tend to use is something that is coming from the global north, from Western ideas. It might have originated originally from historically disenfranchised voices within the global north, but as such, it's the voice it's jumped on a ship, jumped on a flight and gone to India and elsewhere. And the problem, and it's a good thing in some ways, and it's a bad thing because there is this immediate reaction from most of the people in India that this is a Western idea. This did not exist originally. And then they contradict themselves, wherein they say, okay, this is something that's always been there. Hinduism has always been very pro-LGBTQIA+. And then they jump ship. And so there is this so many inherent, like, they just go around in loops and loops and loops, which is very unfortunate. But then there is this first reaction is that this is a Western idea. This does not exist. My mom refused to acknowledge for the longest time that I was gay in India, that I was having a very, very, very amazing sex life in India, right under her watchful eyes. She said, no, this cannot have happened. This is something that came out after you went to the US. And I'm like, no, that's not the way it works. It's not like I go across and I catch a flute. That's not the, I mean, I guess that's a very bad analogy given the situation we are in, but that's not the way it is. It's not something I go and pick up. It's not an acquired trait. And that is very interesting. The other thing is that the notion of coming out, somehow in the West, me being gay is not enough to me being gay. Me being out to my family, me being out to my friends is a necessary prerequisite to be gay. And that to me is also really problematic because the idea of coming out is the most important idea of coming out is coming out to yourself. As long as I can be who I am with myself, that is all that is needed. But no, I have been on dates wherein, oh, you have not told your parents yet that there is no second date, there is no third date. It stops right there. And despite the fact that I am very vocal, I know myself, and that is really a shame, because once again, you're taking something that's very Western idea and trying to apply it blanket. And in Indian context, coming out, when you come out, you're also coming out from your family is coming out. There's a lot more layers to coming out because of the way the society is built up. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's a different point. So you cannot apply the idea of coming out as such. And again, these are primarily the notion of coming out as a white person in the US is very different from, say, if you are one of the BIPOC community members. If you're Black, if you're indigenous, like the number of queer, I mean, even now there are people who identify as indigenous queer people who are getting killed in Canada. So again, the white notion of coming out is something that's applied everywhere. And it's somehow that's something that we need to jump up and down towards. Basically, it's when they say heal, we need to heal, which is again a shame. And those were the two things that I feel white supremacy has sort of done in affecting queer movements across the world, anything that's non-white.
Yeah. I think everyone talked a little bit about like queer enough. What does queer enough kind of mean or indicate? And those ideas have seemed to be come from very Western ideas of queerness and what it means to be queer in a world, in any world. I also want to take a minute to welcome Prince Manvendra Gohil, who is also part of the panel and has joined us. Welcome, thank you for being here. We were just talking about the impact of white supremacy and Western ideas on queerness. And I know you've talked about how colonization impacted the legal scene around queerness in India. But yeah, I'm wondering if you have thoughts on how white supremacy impacts us today.
Yeah, actually, I want to talk on one issue which we all know about, but we do not speak out that well. And it's something which I have been labeling as homosocial behavior. Now, what is homosocial behavior? Let me explain with some examples. So, like in a country like India, I always call India a country of paradox. Though I'm proud to be the part of this rich cultural heritage. But having said that, I always believe that we are homophobic, we are bigot, we have bigotry, we have hypocrisy, we have all kinds of things which is not favoring the community. But we are a country where homosocial behavior, homosocial culture is accepted, and since childhood, when you're growing up itself, your parents are always protecting you, and we are not allowed to mix with the opposite sex. Like I had a lot of girlfriends when I was in school, and I couldn't meet any of my girlfriend unless the girlfriend's mother was at home. And if I have a friend who's a boy, he could come into my bedroom and nobody would even question why that boy has gone inside. And similarly, like in a lot of public places, though now it's changing, but if you go to any public part of India, you'll see males and males together being intimate, passionate with each other. Similarly, females and females will be clinging to each other in hands in hand, one shoulder on the other one's, a hand on the other shoulder. That all is accepted. Nobody is going to even look at you what you're doing. But moment you see a male and a female, even holding hand and walking in the public in any part of India, I mean, I'm talking about mostly not the urban part, but yeah, semi-urban, people mouth are going to open wide as if, this two have come from some outside planet, They will take high objection to this fact that how can a man and a woman even hold hands in public? I mean, so that's what I call homosocial culture. I mean, even if you are, suppose you're taking a room on rent in India, a room in a hotel or an apartment, if you're the same sex, there's not much of questions. You can rent a room, you can rent a hotel, but if a male and a female has to rent a room, there will be 101 questions asked. That who is this woman? Is she your wife? She's your girlfriend? She's your mother? You have to get your marriage certificate. All that nonsense, So it's that's what I like. Was one point I know this was not an answer to your questions which you had asked, but I just thought, let me tell you about this fact. And I often, and a lot of foreigners, when they come to India, they're shocked. They say your country is accepting homosexuality. Why do you all make such a big fuss about it? And then I have to tell them that no, what you see men and men together, not necessarily they are gay. They may be as straight as ever, but it's just that this culture is accepted in our country, which is not there in a lot of other countries in the West.
I like the differentiation between homosexual behavior and homosocial behavior. That's I think it also does connect to the white supremacy question, because it is reducing, like we're getting more heteronormative in the sense of like, oh, you should not be hanging out with just one gender. It's becoming, the homosocial aspects I feel like are reducing because of adoption of American mainstream media and all of these cultural things. But it is still a really good separation to have. Okay, we have like 15 minutes left in the panel, and I have some more questions, but I wanted to check in with folks to see if any of you have questions which you want to put down into the chat. But while you do that, I do have some other questions. So in order to keep our time. Lakshmi, this question is more for you because you are also a petitioner in the plea for marriage equality in India. I know you can't talk about a lot of details, but I was wondering if there's an update on the case. And also, this part is open to everyone, but I'm also wondering about like the movement against 377 was, a lot of people complained that it didn't have a lot of caste inclusion, and I'm not sure how caste inclusive this petition is for marriage equality, but we've talked about definitely needing more intersectional inclusion in our movement. So how can we be more inclusive? How can we do better with this petition going forward?
So I can talk a little bit about the petition itself, just that I can't comment or criticize the court proceedings because it's still current. So there's more than one petition. We currently have like 4 petitions that are with the Delhi High Court for marriage equality, and ours has been filed by NRIs, so people who are not residing in India but identify as queer. And while the major argument in advocating for marriage equality is right to equality, which is Article 14, which is the main argument in all of the 4 petitions, our petition was to kind of reinforce the fact that we are also losing economically. It's a lose-lose situation for the government and for the LGBTQ community when it comes to not so favorable laws for the LGBT community, because if on our petition, we have people who are very accomplished, who have migrated to different countries. Our main petitioner, Udit, is also in the US. He also moved from India. He's an attorney, and he also went to Stanford, and he's now a very successful lawyer in the United States. And we have another petitioner who currently lives in Canada with his partner. And we have another one who is trying to move to Canada because of not so favorable laws when it comes to marriage equality in India. So while we also question hey, we have struck down 377, the logical next step, or it makes sense for us to have marriage equality according to Article 14. We also present economic arguments as to how India is losing a certain portion of its GDP because there are not so favorable laws for the LGBTQ community. We see this migration from India to other countries where it's a lose-lose situation. So that's kind of the bottom line for our petition. And definitely there are other serious petitions where Kavita Arora and Ankita have are a lesbian couple. They tried to register the marriage in Delhi, but it didn't go very well. Not so surprisingly. So Menaka Guruswamy and Arundhati Kachu, who were the main two lawyers with the striking down of 377, they are taking up Kavita Arora's case. So I think, like I said, Article 14 kind of ties together all of these petitions, and we always are on the same hearing. So it's still current. The court proceedings are current, and we have a next hearing in July. And the pandemic has also kind of had its effect in kind of delaying when our petition is being heard. So hopefully our arguments actual court arguments would start in July. And with respect to your other question about caste inclusion, I am not super sure. In many ways, my specific plea is because it involves NRIs, it's also loaded with privilege, and that's something that we are super conscious about. And I always think of our case as an auxiliary case when you are talking to the Indian government and presenting arguments to the court. Yes, Article 14 should be sufficient, in an ideal world for us to move towards marriage equality, but unfortunately it's not. And when we present numbers, it's more convincing for when it comes to legal battles. Data is more convincing, looks like, and we just want to make this whole process easier in filing this petition. And I want to always think of our case as more auxiliary than anything. And if anything, I don't think it's very intersectional, our plea specifically. So I
think the aspect that you need to have economical numerical data because we are human and we have rights isn't good enough speaks a lot on capitalism and all of this. Sorry?
Sadly it does.
I know.
I think this is somewhat like public information, so I think I'm allowed to share this. So the last time we were in the courtroom, we were supposed to have our hearing in May, and the legal counsel that's representing the Union of India said something very insensitive. We were like, homosexual couples or same-sex couples are not able to make medical decisions for their partners because then their marriages are not registered. So it has a lot of repercussions, even when it comes to, and especially in the wake of the pandemic, it becomes more serious because I'm not able to make medical decisions for my partner when they are not well enough to do so is very, very serious. And but the legal counsel representing the government said that nobody is dying because they don't have a marriage certificate, which is a very insensitive thing to hear. It was very triggering for many of us to be in the courtroom and hear things like these being said. But this is only scratching the surface. The arguments have not even begun. So
I do not envy your position of having to be there and hearing what I assume is various versions of microaggressions, and hopefully it results in something good. Yeah, go ahead.
No, While this case which is being heard in the Delhi High Court for marriage equality, I had the fortune of interviewing a lawyer, Mr. Manuraj, who happened to be the lawyer who fought the case for the lesbian couple, for which there was a very historic decision taken by the Madras High Court. If Kalki is there, she will be knowing about it. Very recently, in fact, it happened on 7th of June, this month itself, where the judge of the Madras High Court, he said that ignorance should not come in the way of not able to prevent discrimination, or it should not be something which will which will not help us have the human rights for the Indian citizens. I mean, that's something which he accepted, that he's ignorant, and he made it a point to consult mental health professionals as well as LGBT community members in the state of Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, to educate himself on the issues of the community. And on the basis of that, he has given this judgment, which it's not a judgment, actually it's a decision. It's still an interim order, which is still going to be made final, but he has issued guidelines to the government, and those guidelines are saying that one of the things is that conversion therapies should be banned for anyone sexual orientation is, and secondly, he has stressed on education, and he has said that education in all educational institutions should include issues of LGBTQI plus in their textbooks and curriculum, and this should be spread all over the country, including the government, political parties, parents, media, medical practitioners, mental health practitioners. Everyone should be given this education. So I think cases like these, which Lakshmi is fighting and many others are fighting in the Delhi High Court, if the judges of the courts realize that this is an important thing, like that they cannot they should not be ignorant on these issues. They need to educate themselves, and even lawyers. So I think Manuraj, the lawyer Manuraj, has done a wonderful thing. He's trying to create other allies and spread the word. So we need people like these to change our mindset, and I'm sure our judicial system will realize one day that they can't afford to be ignorant, and they need to educate themselves.
I remember reading about that case, and it was really fun to read about and see somebody actually taking accountability for educating themselves and others. I have so many questions, but unfortunately we don't have enough time. So for our last question, and maybe we can keep this short so all of you can have a chance to respond. Queerness is often talked about in terms of struggle and what all fights need to be fought. To end our panel, I was wondering if y'all could talk about some aspects of queerness which you get joy from, which you feel are worth celebrating and just give you joy. And Kalki, I was thinking maybe we could start from you because we haven't heard that much from you so far. If you are there. Yay.
Yeah, I'm here.
There we go.
Yeah. Could you come up with a question?
Yeah, I was just asking if you can be quick on what are some of the aspects of being queer and trans that gives you joy?
That gives me joy. Is the fact that nobody questions me about about when I'm going to get married, or when I'm going to get pregnant, or how I'm. Especially those 3 days of menstruating, I don't have that, and because I'm a trans woman, society does not really question me, because it has, in a way, by not accepting, it has actually liberated me as well, because I'm not pressurized to be like other cisgendered women of this country, to be married to a man, have children, be pregnant, and then submit to uh, the masculinity, toxic masculinity. So I am
That
not
sounds really cool. Thank you for sharing that. What
yeah.
about the rest of you in the next 2-3
Actually,
minutes?
I want to go off of what Kalki said, because that brought me so much joy. I think that that makes so much sense. And I feel like for me, that was a part of my queer identity. Society still has expectations of me. And I think I give myself permission to say goodbye. I think I tell myself that um, it's time for liberation. It's time for liberation internally. It's time for liberation for the people I work with, for my community. And that also ties into all of this queer coding that we've been talking about, where I literally just want to be like, what part of me makes you think I am marriage material? But I think that part of queerness has brought me the most joy, where I tell myself I'm going to show up in all places that are making demands of me and say no, thank you, goodbye. Yeah.
Sounds good. Harish, what about you?
So the thing that gives me sort of joy is, I guess, pride itself, because I still remember my first Pride March. It was in Chennai, and it was a very liberating feeling, because I was marching just a few blocks from my home. I mean, not exactly blocks, but at least a kilometer away. So anyone and everyone who was walking there could have seen me. And I had a mask on that actually did not fit, because I had these glasses. Now I've switched to contacts to look cool. But anyway, so I had the glasses, and the mask just did not stay on. So I had to let go of it. And metaphorically, physically, that was a very cathartic moment, and that was an important thing. And the other part of this movement was that everyone was marching equal, in that there was nothing involved. There were no corporations. In fact, they actually asked some people who had logos of the company to take it off, because Chennai Pride does not allow that. So it was no corporations. Every single person, there was music, there was dance, there were no blocks and sections and all of that. It's a small movement, but still. And even though the city of Chennai made us take the route that's less public facing, or rather, which basically translates to less facing towards the more affluent Brahminical people, because they made us go through the slums of Chennai. It was absolute fun, because the people were living there, dancing with us, were just celebrating that day with us without any inhibitions, without any preconceived notions. So that to me is always a fond memory. A, it was important in my growth. B, everyone marched the same, whether it didn't matter if you had a corporate sponsor or if you had a float, it didn't matter. There was music, there was dance, and there was just us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, that's very wonderful, Harish, and I'm really glad you had that experience in Chennai. I probably second Sonal and Kalki about marriage and others, and I feel like it's pseudo joy because it's also oppressive. So it's probably, yes, it's relieving, but is it joy? I do not know. But I think something that truly gives me joy with being queer is that I don't have to fit in a box anymore. I don't feel the need to be confined or conform to certain things. And once you break that ice, once you do not conform in one aspect of your life, it flows into other parts of your life as well. So even with your professional lives, the sky is the limit because you don't see yourself inside of a box anymore. And it's a whole different life when you start living life without without a bunch of rules, without things that confine and limit you in what you do. And I have seen it flow into other parts of my life, be it at work, be it in my personal relationships, not just romantic relationships, but how I relate to my family or in my friendships. I think I have grown limitless and I'm not in a box anymore. And that is very joyful for me.
Okay, so for me, joy for being queer is a little different than what others have said. I get joy by teasing the homophobic people. And I love, actually love talking to homophobes, you know. You get to know so many things from them, and you learn so many lessons. And I just love, you know, because the way they talk the nonsense and they talk all senseless things. I just love that, you know, and I feel so happy that, wow, you know, I'm trying to talk to somebody who's so stupid and who doesn't understand things like we are somebody who have horns, or we have some extra eye, or, you know, I've heard some very, very silly things, you know, and I think very shortly I'm going to come up with a book of all the nonsensical things. But so that's something which gives me joy. And I'll just like to end with one poem which we had in school. Work while you work and play while you play. That is the way to be happy and gay. So I'm gay and I'm happy. So I just love myself, and I love being queer, and I love everyone.
Thank you all for sharing your joy. I honestly have that same thing. I get a lot of joy out of confusing people with who I am. It's a lot of fun. But it was really nice talking to all of you. I honestly literally had a list of at least 5 more questions, but maybe someday we'll get a chance to go over some of those. But your experiences have been invaluable, and I thank you all for sharing.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
Thank you very
this was
much,
fun.
Sunanda.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Sunanda. And before we go, I would like us to wish Prince Manvendra a happy birthday. Because on your Facebook page, it says your birthday.
Happy birthday,
I gotta know.
I don't know.
So did
anyway,
Facebook get it wrong?
I'm glad you are wishing me an advance birthday. My birthday is on 23rd September. But anyway,
oh, good. That's a long way away.
You are having a fake birthday today. You're having a fake birthday today.
Fake birthday, yeah. So yeah. So
well,
no
it must be something with Facebook and you. But anyway,
maybe Facebook is homophobic.
Oh, that's a whole other conversation. We can have another panel discussion on that.
Oh,
yeah. Anyway, we'll check it out. But thanks for letting me know.
Yes, but thank you very much, Sunanda and Lakshmi and Prince Manvendra and Harish and Kalki and Sonal. This was extraordinarily, you know, encouraging to hear this conversation and hear this discussion. I'm like, why can't we do this more? Why can't we have more of this? When can we have more of this? Because I think a lot of ignorance and stupidity, I agree, in our own communities, but also in the external communities, come from lack of knowledge, lack of information, lack of sharing communities, sharing stories and experiences. And I think the more that we continue to do that and talk about how we experience the life around us, will I eventually break down some of the barriers and some of the shame and the stigma that still, we may still have to struggle and fight against it. But I think if we can talk some more about it and continue to share our experiences. So once again, thank you guys very much for sharing that experience with us. So just moving on. Our next panel is looking at queer and multiracial politics. Actually, no, it's not. That is the next one up. Yes, that is it. Actually, queer and multiracial politics in the Indian diaspora will be moderated by Julian Sanjeevan, and the panelists will be Lana Patel, Priya Neer, and Mohammed Q. Amin. And I saw each of them joining us a few minutes ago. So introducing Julian. Julian is originally from Malaysia and left for New York City in August 2012 to be part of a fellowship funded by the US Department of State. Upon completion of the program, they applied for asylum due to their life-threatening experience with a group of police officers in Malaysia and because of their sexual orientation. Prior to arriving in the United States, they were the Human Resources Director at PT Foundation, one of the largest nonprofit organizations in Malaysia, focusing on HIV awareness, education, care, and support for most at-risk youth populations, including men who have sex with men, sex workers, transgender individuals, and injecting drug users. Besides managing an organization of over 70 employees and 700 volunteers, they advocated for issues affecting the marginalized communities that PT Foundation worked very closely with. In 2013, they became the Director of Strategy and Communications at the Refugee and Immigrant Fund, an organization that provides support services for asylum seekers in New York City. Julian's asylum was granted in April 2015 and later obtained their green card in May of 2017. They are also a former executive board member with Heritage of Pride as the New York City Pride March Director, heading the annual Pride March in New York City. They were responsible for all aspects of one of the biggest Pride events in the world, including the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising and the 2019 World Pride held in New York City. Julian was also one of the producers for the 2019 Dance Parade and a former director of visitor services at the LGBT Community Center in New York City. Currently, they are on the advisory board of Asylum Connect, a tech nonprofit providing the first and only resource website for us LGBTQ asylum seekers. An avid globe-trotting news junkie, they are extremely passionate about the movements for civil rights of the LGBT+, Q+, and immigrant communities. So community members, I'd like us to welcome Julian Sanjivan. Julian?
Hi, thank you so much for that introduction, Antoine. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you, yes.
So yeah, hi folks, thank you so much for having me today. I'm really excited to be here. So we had the opportunity, the panelists for a session to have a little bit of a chat, and we wanted to kind of change the direction of the conversation a little bit. So we're focusing a little bit more on queer and multiracial identities within the Indian diaspora. So we're going to talk a little bit about politics, but we're also going to talk about other things that we thought would be interesting for the audience. So and focus a little bit more around the experiences here in the United States and some of the for those of us on the panel who are immigrants, also talk a little bit about past experience and how that has affected our experience here. So without further ado, I'd like to actually introduce our panels. On the screen, we have Priya Nair. I actually am going to let Priya Nair introduce themselves shortly. And in addition to, but Priya Nair is actually very briefly the Associate Director of Gender Equity of New York City Health and Hospitals. We also have Lana Patel. Lana Patel is a Senior Community Coordinator with Plume. And finally, we have Mohammed Q. Amin, who is the founder of the Caribbean Equality Project. I believe they're all on the call as well. Lana, Priya, and Mohammed, can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Hi, folks. So excited to be with you all again, to be able to talk about the exciting conversations that we want to have. I'd love to start with a quick round of introductions. Priya, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself, your pronouns, your background, where you're from, and then we can move down to the other panelists.
You got me going first. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Julian, for that lovely introduction. And to Kylie and the LGBT Center and DBGM and Antoine for organizing this. I'm so excited to be here with all of you and with these great panelists who I've been getting to know during our preparation calls and everyone listening in. So as Julian said, my name is Priya Nair. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I am queer and a non-binary trans person. And I've been in the LGBTQ advocacy space for a number of years now in New York, working in the public sector, mostly in government. And right now I work for the New York City's public health system, where I manage the LGBTQ program. And my role is really to make the healthcare system more accessible and equitable for LGBTQ people. And in terms of my background, just, very quickly, my dad grew up in Malaysia and came here at 18. And our family on that side is originally from Kerala, and they migrated to Malaysia in the late 1800s. And then on my mom's side, she's Italian and her parents were born in Italy and then came here. And so I'm really this mix of, Malaysian and Indian and Italian and really deep New York roots ultimately, and very deep, attachment and to my queer and LGBTQ identities. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you for that introduction, Priya. We have a little bit of commonality here. Both of us have a little Malaysian in us. So that's definitely interesting. Being non-binary ourselves as well, representation, yay. I don't know if you actually read about the article where they actually did a survey and there are about 1.2 million non-binary individuals in the United States. So that's really exciting to hear that. I'd love to introduce Lana next. Lana, hi, you look lovely today. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, your pronouns, your background, a little bit about what you do. We'd love to hear a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you so much, Julian and Kylie and Priya and Mohammed so much for having me. And it has been an absolute honor. I'm Lana Patel. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm an Afro-Indo-Caribbean trans woman. I currently work for Plume. So they are the first digital trans healthcare company for trans folks, by trans folks. The co-founder is a trans woman and also a medical doctor. And so it's super just like a privilege and honor to be a part of such an incredible team of people doing the work and providing access and resources to our TG and CI community. I've been working with the community directly for about 3 years, I would say. Prior to this, I worked in nonprofit as a healthcare and trans services coordinator. And so I had direct access to the community and making sure that they were able to receive access and resources during that time as well. And a lot of my time is spent just kind of speaking out on what's going on nationally and also internationally for trans folks. And so I use my social media platforms to just bring awareness, also present representation, because I never saw Indo or Dougla, as we call it in the Caribbean, trans folks out and about, being visible. And so I made it my mission to make sure that I'm being seen and also opening doorways for others. And moving into the South Asian beauty and fashion markets and changing the perception of what that looks like as a South Asian person. And then my background, my parents are both immigrants. So my mother is Jamaican and Punjabi, and my father is Trinidadian and Gujarati. And I'm first generation. I, struggled with the whole idea of being American, but also like having family from, different countries and trying to find myself within that. And there's this beautiful poem by Rupi Kaur, but she speaks of like having two worlds, feeling divided, being in the Western world, but also having Eastern roots. But that's a little bit about me.
Thank you so much, Lana. Really excited for the work that you do. Thank you. And Mohammed, love to hear a little bit more about you. Your background, your pronouns, and the work that you do, where you're from. Love to know a little bit more, and I'm sure the audience do too.
Thanks, Julianne. Hi, everyone. My name is Mohammed Kiwamin, and I am the founder and executive director of the Caribbean Equality Project. And we are a community-based organization that empowers, advocates for, and represents Black and Brown, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, gender nonconforming, and queer Caribbean immigrants in New York City. Today, I am privileged and honored to be in this space with you all as a proud queer Indo-Caribbean Muslim immigrant, a native of Guyana, and a survivor of indentured ancestry, and a reflection of the diverse composition of the LGBTQ community here in New York City. My parents migrated to the US in 1996, and we didn't necessarily know what New York was going to be about, but we knew it was an opportunity for us to have a better education, a better quality of life. And that's what my parents wanted. My parents are working class immigrants. They are they are in terms of education. They did not finish high school or even junior high school. My family comes from farmers. My grandparents were farmers in Guyana. My mom also was a farmer when she was living in Guyana. My dad does construction, still does construction, but currently also works as a super for a maintenance building in New York City. I have 3 siblings, and there's 4 of us. And out of the 4 of us, 3 identify as queer. So we do have a minority in our family. But in 2013, actually yesterday, was the 8th anniversary of my brother and I being attacked in Richmond Hill, Queens, which was one of the most traumatic experience for my family and I. The incident itself in Richmond Hill, Queens left my brother bloody, also hospitalized, and it sparked a revolution for our community in Richmond Hill, which is the largest has the largest Indo-Caribbean population in New York City, commonly known as Little Guyana. And we quickly recognized that there weren't spaces specifically carved for Caribbean LGBTQ immigrants. There were social spaces where folks can network and meet each other, but in terms of advocacy, social services, immigration services, mental health services, none of these spaces existed. And at the time, Caribbean Equality Project did not exist. And I went to the New York City Anti-Violence Project for emotional support, for legal support, for media training, for leadership development. And through that process, I envisioned a world where Caribbean LGBTQ immigrants could live and be free. And that led me to the formation of the Caribbean Equality Project in 2015 with Krishna Ramsaran and Andy Bishun. And we started off as a grassroots organization. We still is a grassroots organization, but we started with a support group because we knew that my family and I weren't the only ones that have been impacted by hate violence. And we knew that other community members were struggling with their identities, their intersectional identities, struggling with the fact that being raised in the Caribbean and being told for all your life that who you are is illegal by the government and the constitution of the country you live in, or from your faith background, if you are a Muslim, a Christian, a Hindu, very often that faith leaders will preach against homosexuality. And if you happen to be in one of those spaces, you are being conditioned to believe who you are is an abomination or who you are is wrong. And we knew that these experiences of immigrants exist in New York City. So we created Unchained, which is currently the only Caribbean LGBTQ support group in New York City. The center has a space for immigrants, immigrant support group, but it's a very broad term when we use the term immigrants. But for us at the Caribbean Equality Project, we specifically focus on the English-speaking Caribbean experience. And today, Unchained is probably one of the longest running support group in New York City. We get community members that comes from all the way from the Bronx, Ithaca, New York, parts of Brooklyn, parts of Queens, parts of Long Island that comes to Richmond Hill on a once a month basis for our support group. And we do believe as an organizer, a leader of an organization, I believe that in order for you to create change, it needs to be done hyper locally in your own communities. And because of that, we've been doing a lot of organizing specifically in Caribbean communities in New York City, such as Richmond Hill in Queens, Flatbush, Brooklyn, and also Parkchester in the Bronx. We could go to places like the city where it has a history of being more welcoming and affirming the LGBTQ people. But the change that we intend to create is not there. It is hyper locally within our Caribbean neighborhoods in New York City. I'll stop there for now.
Wow, thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I mean, I'm also really sorry to hear about the attack, and thank you for sharing that so candidly with us. That's really empowering to know. So yeah, I'm feeling really overwhelmed just listening to the three amazing panelists, and you all do such wonderful stuff in the different walks of life that you represent. And so I'm really amazed and really appreciate the time that you're taking to be with us here today to share your stories. As I mentioned earlier, we wanted to, the panelists and all of us had a little bit of time to talk about what we really wanted to present and what did we want to talk about. And given our various backgrounds, we felt that it's important to actually talk more about the multiracial identities that we represent, and within the Indian diaspora itself here in the United States. And politics was one element of that, and there's just so much more that we wanted to unpack. So having said that, my first question is for Lana. Could you share your experience navigating different spaces, given your gender identity, sexual orientation, ethnic identity? How has that been like for you here in the United States?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So for me, it's been very interesting to navigate spaces because I think as Americans, as an American person or someone in America, I think America has a fixation on labels and boxes, and they want so badly for things to just fit concisely in one area. So when you don't conform, or you're someone that they cannot quite place, it becomes problematic for others. And so I feel like as a first generation American, as someone who is of both Afro and Indo-Caribbean background, and a trans person, I think that for the longest, it was just trying to find my place, find my tribe, find my people, and never quite fitting in anywhere. So, even within Caribbean spaces, my mom's side is Jamaican, my father's side is Trinidadian. And so it's okay, if I'm within, community on my mom's side, then sometimes they have jokes or things that they say about Trinidadian people and vice versa, or and then it's also finding my identity as a person of South Asian background, being in South Asian spaces, kind of feeling like an outsider, people kind of looking at me and trying to figure out why I'm in that space, or if I know the language, or, am I culturally appropriating versus appreciating, and what does my visibility in spaces look like? And so I think it's also been a fight trying to figure out who I am, well, knowing who I am, but figuring out who I am in these spaces where it's so quick. There's the one drop rule where it's if you have one drop of African ancestry, then you're automatically deemed African American here in America. And so there's the erasure of being a person of South Asian or Indo, Caribbean descent. And this whole pressure to conform to African American culture and identity. And so then that puts me in places and spaces where it's not okay to identify outside of that, not okay to be Caribbean, or not okay to be of Indo descent, because it seemed as though I am ashamed of African American culture or history or ancestry. And so it's been a very interesting and fine line to kind of travel. But I feel like now I have a pretty good footing as someone who's 31 years old and had to kind of navigate a lot of these trials and tribulations. I feel like I'm in a good place now where it's like, I am who I am, and I am respected for like who I am now as an Afro-Indo-Caribbean trans woman. And, you know, I'm not trying to lean any which way, left or right. I understand that I'm someone that kind of sits in the middle. And I just enjoy like all of my identities, and I represent all of them, or at least I try to the best of my ability. And I think in 2021, we live in the age of like intersectionality, and we really respect people for that. But there's still a lot of work to be done, especially in the Western world, where we're just so quick to try to box someone in.
Thank you so much, Lana. I have some South African ancestry as well in my family, so I go through similar struggles, and being from Malaysia, so I can definitely also relate to that. Priya, same question for you. You know, given your background as well, and how, you know, talking about erasure, for example, that Lana, you know, highlighted, maybe you can share your experience navigating different spaces here, you know, given your identities, the different, you know, whether it's ethnic identity, sexual orientation, how has that been like for you here in the United States?
Yeah, I really resonate, you know, a lot with what you said, Lana, and you put it so beautifully, of, you know, being in multiple worlds, being in between multiple worlds, and kind of feeling that, you know, sense of being an outsider in all the spaces that you're in, and learning to accept that. You know, I think thinking about my context and my parents, you know, when my dad came here, he went to a school in a very small city in Pennsylvania. It was very white. There was very few people that looked like him, you know, few immigrants. And so I don't want to speak for him, but I think he felt a lot of pressure to fit in, so to speak. And he's literally very far away from his family. I think a plane, you know, a flight to Malaysia, Julian, you might know better, is like 25 hours or something. So it wasn't, you know, it was difficult, I think, to stay connected to his family, to that cultural background. And you know, also in Malaysia, Indian people are also a minority in Malaysia. So that's another kind of level of nuance and I think alienation. So I think for me, that's the context that I was growing up in terms of my South Asian identity. And I also went to a school that was predominantly white, and I didn't grow up having a lot of South Asian community. And so I feel like I don't have a lot of the same cultural touch points in terms of language and movies and music that a lot of South Asian people have to connect with each other and to, you know, find common experiences. So I find myself too feeling this sense of, you know, unease in both South Asian spaces, and kind of that feeling of not being South Asian enough. And then also feeling, you know, erased and or unseen in predominantly white spaces, and uncomfortable in predominantly white spaces. So yeah, I that erasure, sense of erasure, resonates with me too. And you know, I'll also say I feel like that in-betweenness weaves throughout different parts of my identity too, as someone who's non-binary. And, you know, literally, you know, you go anywhere and it's like, here's the men's restroom, here's the women's restroom, you know, on the forms, here's men, here's women. And so I feel like You can see that in LGBTQ spaces. And sometimes I feel like if I want to be in a queer space, often queer spaces are very white. And then if I want to be in a brown space, maybe the brown space is not really a queer space. And so, yeah, just to reiterate that, panels like this and conversations like this are so amazing and are so powerful because, here I am with other folks in the South Asian diaspora who are also queer and trans. And I just feel so, it's really healing for me. It's really special. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya. You talked about language, and I thought that was such an important topic around our identities as well. And, for me personally, I don't speak Hindi, for example. And so just because I have, I have an Indian ethnic background, just everyone just assumes that, for example, that's a language I should know and I should be able to understand and speak. So I want to, ask this question specifically from Mohammed. What is cultural identity in language like for you? How important is it? What are the languages you speak, for example? Maybe you want to share a little bit more. And what are the challenges you have faced because of those, barriers or around cultural or language identities?
Yeah, Julian, thanks for that question. I know in one of our meetings, we talk a lot about erasure and the various form of it that we experience, right? Depending on the spaces you're in. But before I go into that, I really want to talk a little bit about indentureship. And for many folks who may not know or who are aware, on May 5th, 1838, 396 Indians landed in Berbice, Guyana. They were from Calcutta, and during the period of indentureship, over 240 indentured servants from India were taken to Guyana, which is where I'm from. And indentureship did not necessarily end in Guyana and begin with Guyana. It continued throughout the Caribbean. And for example, the first Indians in Trinidad and Tobago arrived on May 30th, 1845. And this period spanned about from 1845 to 1917. And during this period in Trinidad and Tobago's history, over 140 Indians were transported to the Twin Islands. Also, as Lana mentioned, she is of Jamaican background. And on May 12th, 1845, the first Indian indentured laborers landed in Jamaica. And this in itself, within the period of indentureship in Jamaica, over 36,000 Indians were brought to Jamaica. But Jamaica and Trinidad and Guyana are probably the most well-known Caribbean islands and countries that Indo-Caribbean folks are from, but also there's Suriname. And on June 5th, 1873, over 116,000 indentured servants were taken to Dutch Guyana, and formerly it's also now part of Suriname. And the Dutch organized the migration of laborers from the Dutch East and Indies. So when we talk about indentureship, when we talk about Indo-Caribbean background, when we talk about language, when we talk about cultural identities, indentureship plays a role and played a role in my ancestors, exactly who I am as an individual. But indentured servants, Indians, were also brought to islands like St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And also, we also have Indians that were brought to places like Grenada, which is known as the Spice Island. And in Grenada in itself, Indians came from Calcutta, and this period also brought not only another form of slavery, in many cases, the way people viewed it, but places like St. Kitts, we had Indians arrived on June 3rd, 1861. 337 Indians, to be specific, arrived in St. Kitts. These were just only some of the locations that Indians were transported to. And we talk about indentureship. For me, I identify as Indo-Caribbean because over the years, Indian culture has been transformed into Caribbean culture. The language, the music, the food, it is immersed into Caribbean culture, but it's also influenced by African culture as well. So we have this fusion of Indo and Afro-Caribbean culture in the Caribbean. And for many of us, we identify as Indo-Caribbean, we identify as Afro-Caribbean, we identify as Black Caribbean, and we don't necessarily identify as South Asian, right? I personally don't identify as South Asian. And I remember distinctly in New York City when I first started to explore my queerness and come into my queer identity, I went to places like Salga NYC, and I went to places like Cholet, and I felt welcomed, but I also felt erased as a Caribbean person, where my South Asian and Indo-Caribbean background, where I can enjoy Bollywood music and know the music and dance to the music. And when I would ask for, potentially chutney or soca to be played, I was specifically told that this is a South Asian queer space. And in that moment, I said, wow, my brownness is not being recognized in this South Asian specific space. But it also led organizers like Curry Club NYC and organizers at Chutney Pride to really create spaces that are centering Indo-Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean identities and our cultural backgrounds. And even at the Caribbean Equality Project, the work that we do fuses all of our cultural identities, our intersectional identities. And Lana, I know you mentioned earlier that you found it difficult to find folks that looks like you and that part of your own Caribbean background. Sis, let me tell you, we're all in New York City. And I say that because I often hear that when Caribbean Equality Project leaders are speaking on a panel or doing outreach, folks are always coming up to us and say, I thought I was the only one, right? I thought I was the only Indo-Guyanese trans person or Indo-Guyanese queer person or Afro-Guyanese or Afro-Trinidadian trans person. And we're not, right? We're not the only ones. What separates us is erasure. When we talk about Black immigrants, when we talk about South Asian immigrants, when we talk about brown immigrants, within this word Black and brown, there are a lot of ethnic identities that are being erased. And us as Caribbean Equality Project, we're very specific. We talk about queer and trans, Indo and Afro-Caribbean people. Like these are the populations that we serve. These are the cultures that we uplift. These are the ethnic identities that we uplift. These are the folks from different countries and nationalities that we celebrate. But as we do that, we also talk about the struggles of our people, because in many South Asian spaces where folks can speak multiple languages, if you look like me and you present the way I do, folks tend to come up and assume that you speak their language. And as soon as you are not able to respond to them in that language, the relationship that they intended to form with you ends, right? Because you automatically are labeled as someone who don't know the language or speak the language, so you must be othered. And in many spaces, I have been othered. Indo-Caribbean people are othered in South Asian spaces. So when we talk about like unity, this concept of unity and acceptance, I don't talk about acceptance without talking about justice, without talking about accountability. I don't talk about unity without talking about what transparency and transformative justice looks like for South Asian Indo-Caribbean relationships. We also experience erasure within our Black community. They are a large population of Black Caribbean folks that don't necessarily embrace Indo-Caribbean folks. Even here in New York City, there are Caribbean spaces that are labeled Caribbean, but when you enter them or when you participate and when you are physically present, it is very Black Caribbean. And there's nothing wrong with that. I always say to people, if you're gonna talk about Caribbean, you better make sure that you uplift Indo-Caribbean people. You better make sure you uplift Indigenous people that is part of the Caribbean, because the Caribbean have so many different races. My country alone has 6 different races, right? And when we talk about Guyanese people, oftentimes the conversation is a very Indo-Guyanese conversation. It's a very Afro-Guyanese conversation. And when I have these conversations, representation is really important in a lot of the work that we do, but so is being inclusive, right? So is making sure that when we talk about a country, we are having representation of that country. We're having it racially and ethically. So language is a major issue for us. I personally don't speak any language other than English and Guyanese Creolese. And even here in New York, that could be challenging. Working with South Asian partners, I feel that folks are now learning about Indo-Caribbean folks. And because of that, they tend to not impose their language on us. They tend to be more respectful that we speak English and communicate in English when they are around Indo-Caribbean people. Because there have been moments when I'm standing in a room and a group of people and folks are using their language, and I love that, but I can't understand it and I can't respond and I can't communicate. And in that very moment, there is this feeling of not belonging. There's this feeling of not being welcome. There's this feeling of being othered within our own LGBTQ spaces in New York City.
Thank you so much. I think the fact that you shared about indentured servants and the impacts of how that has just impacted culture and just geographic location and all of that. That is just so powerful. Thank you so much for sharing. And I can resonate to that too, coming from Malaysia, because the British brought a lot of indentured servants from India to that part of the world as well. And I kind of struggle with getting to know people from that part of the world who may have similar ethnic backgrounds here. So thank you so much for sharing that. My next question is for you, Lana, and you shared some really interesting stuff earlier about your background and your identity. And so I wanted to probably talk a little bit more and to more to that and understand a little bit more for you in terms of your sense of belongingness, how crucial it would be given your background. Maybe you can share your journey and how that's been like for you, especially around forming identities here within your community. And I know you're specifically in LA, so I also like to know how that's been, over there. I think for the rest of us, we are all here in the East Coast.
Yeah. So I'm actually planning to be in New York in August. So hopefully I can meet you all at the Caribbean Equality Project.
Yeah.
So I was born and raised in New York, in Queens, Jamaica, Queens. So I left when I was 13 and I moved to Florida with my mother's parents. And so that was a huge shift because growing up in Jamaica, all I saw were like brown and black, like Afro-Indo, Latin, people. I grew up with Jamaican, Trinidadian, Panamanian, Dominican, Puerto Rican. And so then to move to Florida, and we actually lived in Polk County, Florida. It's the largest county, but it is the most conservative, regressive space, very far right. These are places, like when I got there, people still had Confederate flags. They still use the N-word. And there were a lot of horrible things that were being done to people in the LGBTQ community and also to Black people. And so my grandparents were the only Black and brown couple in the whole county. And this is the largest county, but there was no representation. So, my grandmother, I think we eventually had met a few other Jamaican people. These are my mother's parents. So we had met a few other Jamaican people. They were mainly Afro-Jamaican. But the majority of Caribbean people were Haitian. And of course, they speak Creole. It's a different type of culture, but being there ethnically, they were white people, Black people, mainly African-American, and Latin folks. So Puerto Ricans, Mexicans mainly. And so to be someone from the Caribbean, there was just a huge erasure. Like we really didn't have a space. And if you were looking for space, you might find a Haitian place. And there might have been like one Jamaican something. But if I wanted Jamaican food, Trinidadian food, groceries, we had to go to Orlando, which was a good hour and a half away to find anything. And my grandfather was the only Indian person in the whole county, and they did not have, even I was there in 2019, we did not have a mandir up until I think 2017. They finally made mandirs. And so that let me know, since there's a mandir, there's community somewhere over, the far ends in Lakeland. But we didn't have a mandir, we didn't have grocery stores, we didn't have restaurants. They still don't have restaurants or groceries. So if you want any like South Asian foods, you have to go to Orlando. And so being in that space, I definitely saw that erasure. And my grandparents, they spoke Hindi, but my parents, they kind of abandoned the culture and the language. I think for my parents, because when they came to America, they were teenagers. They wanted so bad to assimilate. And so when they raised me, they wanted me to just be American as possible, right? And have opportunities. So they didn't teach me language. So for me, it was learning language as a teenager, 13, but also, as beautiful as like language was, my grandparents were the only ones who could speak. So even for me to learn, I'm only speaking to them, and they spoke English fluently. So for me, it was like, okay, I get to learn this language, but who am I going to speak it with outside of the home? Like, it didn't really have any use. It wasn't very practical because we didn't have a South Asian community. And even in those spaces, it was that need to conform, right? And I remember they enrolled me in a Christian school for 9th grade, and the kids would make fun of me because of how my hair was. Like, they thought I would have an afro, and I didn't have an afro. And so it was like constant picking on me. And like, there were three Black kids, and there was one South Asian. She was a senior, and there were 3 Black kids in the whole school. And then like, there was like the South Asian girl in the senior class. And by the time I ended up leaving, because I pretty much got forced out of the school, I was the last Black person, or like someone of Afro descent in that school. And it was just constant picking on me and my identity, and making fun of maybe like my grandfather. When he would mow the lawn, he would get like a rag and put on his head and put the hat on. And so I'm like, oh, grandpa, don't do that, because it was right around 9/11, right? So it's like, people are ignorant. They see a brown person, they think these horrible thoughts. And yeah, just like constantly just being picked on. So shifting over to, an adult, moving to Orlando, eventually getting to meet other people in the Caribbean community, meeting other like Afro and Indo-Caribbean people, especially like Indo-Caribbean. Like in Orlando, we had Singh's Roti Shop, we had Annie's. And so I was like, finally, I can get a double, I can get Pelori, I can get tamarind sour, like, food that I was like craving and missing, and being around community. So moving to LA was like a huge culture shock, because I knew no one. And I remember meeting people, and people would be like, so what are you? Like, and it was this guessing game of like trying to figure out my ethnicity when I moved here, and everyone trying to like figure me out. And I guess because Mexican culture is so rich here in LA, it was this assumption like, oh, are you Indian and Mexican? And I'm like, no, I'm not. But yeah, trying to find my people was very hard. And so I eventually came across a few women who were getting their makeup done with my best friend and Mac, all the way up in Sherman Oaks. And I was speaking about, missing community. And the lady overheard me, and she was like, oh my gosh, there's a Trinidadian restaurant in Long Beach, you should check it out. So I ended up going there, and I finally kind of found my tribe. And so it was an Indo-Trini restaurant. It was called Caribbean Callaloo Kitchen. They have since closed in 2018 due to gentrification. They raised the rent on them, and they had to leave. I'm missing a dal puri roti so bad. I have not had one in like forever. But the beautiful thing about it was that there was a space, they would hold events there. And I found out about Hollywood Carnival. And so in 2017, I found myself dressed up. I was with Epic Mask, their band. Masha Montana was there. I got to be on a boat, not a boat. I got to be on a bus on the playing band with Masha Montana. I thought that was so epic. And to be a trans woman in that space, like wearing costume and just like walking down Hollywood was amazing. I think when COVID hit, it kind of shifted everything. And once Caribbean Callaloo Kitchen had closed, we kind of lost that community, that we didn't have that central hub anymore. And so I think for me, it's been trying to figure out where are my people now? Because we're just kind of spread all over the place. And where can I go for Indo-Caribbean food, right? Like it doesn't really exist now that that place is closed. But speaking on language, for me, it was kind of an uphill battle because my father's father, Gujarati, spoke Gujarati. So coming to LA, going to the Mandirs, we don't have West Indian Mandirs here. We don't have West Indian pundits. When you go to the Mandir, they're either speaking Hindi or whatever language. And so the closest Mandir for me was a Gujarati Mandir. And I remember calling for the first time to just get information on when they were having service, and they were speaking in Gujarati, which I was not fluent in Gujarati at the time, and they couldn't understand me. So they just hung up the phone. So I'm like, well, I don't know if can I go? I don't know. And so I ended up going, and I met people that spoke English, but they were encouraging me to learn Gujarati because a lot of the service was Sanskrit, Hindi, Gujarati, and everyone was pretty much speaking Gujarati. So it was like that moment for me to kind of adapt into those spaces. And I've since taken Gujarati classes, I've taken Punjabi, currently taking Hindi, just to be a little bit more well-rounded. But, you know, growing up, I saw Bollywood, I learned a lot of language through movies, right? And also watching subtitles and kind of putting the two together. But I think in my adult life, it's been a journey of really trying to understand and get connected to the culture and the language.
Thank you so much. You know, when you come here, I'd love to explore those dishes that you talked about. They all sound so good. So can't wait for you to come here. My next question is for you, Priya. I know you're giving your background and you know the amount of work that you do with health and healthcare. COVID has been a huge impact for people of color, and especially trying to understand how that has impacted the South Asian community. Maybe you can talk. You can speak to this a little bit more, especially here in the United States and your experience. I think folks probably would like to know as well a little bit about how that has really impacted our community.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's such an important question. And, I feel like we can't have any kind of conversation or panel right now without still, recognizing the impact that COVID has had and continues to have on people in New York, on people across the world. And as you said, there's been so much attention, rightfully so, to the ways in which COVID has disproportionately impacted Black and Brown communities, LGBTQ people, especially LGBTQ people of color. And part of the reason with that is that, LGBTQ people already face health disparities, and that comes from stigma and discrimination and lack of access to affirming healthcare spaces, to being underinsured or having lack of insurance, and the discrimination that LGBTQ people face also in employment and in housing and across the board. All of these are public health issues, and there was some, great research done about how LGBTQ people were also more likely to be economically impacted by the pandemic, because we're more likely to work in, highly affected sectors like restaurants and healthcare industries, and LGBTQ people were more likely to be unemployed during the pandemic or have their hours cut. So, and unfortunately also we are not collecting, on a national and consistent basis, we're not collecting sexual orientation and gender identity information in a consistent way. And so we really don't actually know the full extent of the pandemic on LGBTQ people and on queer South Asian and Indo-Caribbean people. And then of course, you can also talk about mental health too, because I mean, we've all just are living through this like traumatic, like isolating, deadly, terrifying situation. And in particular, the, mental health of Black and Brown LGBTQ people, South Asian LGBTQ people, LGBTQ young people have been like really hard hit, losing, vital support systems at school or with their friends, and then being stuck in homes that might be like not affirming. I think the Trevor Project just put out a report recently about how many LGBT young people were considering suicide during the pandemic. So yeah, those are some of the, my initial kind of responses, just like the intense, the ways that our communities were really hard hit by the pandemic.
Thank you so much, Priya. We have a few more minutes left, and I was just wondering if there are any questions from the audience. Anyone wants to ask any questions? I was actually checking with Antoine. Didn't look like we have any questions, but I did want to, give some time for any audience who would like to ask any questions from our amazing, lovely panelists today. And if there aren't any other questions, I do have one last question that I thought maybe I could put forward to the panelists. And maybe, you could give your short, sweet answer, your thoughts on this. I think representation and visibility is really, really important. So I'd like to know your thoughts about role models and representation from our community here in the United States, whether it's leadership. Do you think, there needs to be more work done in increasing representation? And, would you consider yourself a role model, for example, within our community? So maybe you can speak to this a little bit more. And Priya, I'd love to start from you, given the work that you've done in, with leadership and the political scene. Maybe you can get the ball rolling, and I'd love to hear from the others.
Hey, Jillian, before Priya goes, would you mind if I just comment on the COVID question?
Sure, I'd love to. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, we talk about COVID, and Priya, thank you for mentioning the Trevor Project's research. That research came out, I believe, in 2018, and it was the first time that the Trevor Project did research on people of color, right? Let's just sit with that for a minute. All of the funding that the Trevor Project gets, and large organizations like the Trevor Project, 2018 was the first time that any type of research was done on LGBTQ youth, LGBTQ people of color, and the impact that mental health, coming out, violence plays in our lives, bullying. And, I often think about when we talk about COVID, when we talk about representation, when we talk about inclusion, we talk about this in a very general sense, right? And we pour so much money into name recognition LGBTQ organizations that are supposed to be doing the work for all of us, but seldomly represent people of color like us, right? South Asian people, Indo-Caribbean people, Afro-Caribbean people. And COVID was another example of that, where everyone's doors were closed during COVID. All of the organizations were closed. Everyone was working remotely. And so many organizations were able to shift their work, right? To just respond to the emerging needs of our community, while organizations with staff, fully funded organizations, were able to sit in their homes comfortably, sending emails, respond to things, while the very community that they say they serve were suffering and were in need, right? And people were experiencing, Black and Brown immigrants, undocumented people, asylum seekers in New York City were experiencing, and still is experiencing, homelessness, rejection from family, isolation, living 15 months without any type of government support because of their immigration status. And all of these organizations focused on their sustainability. But did not focus on the client, their client sustainability. They focus on their internal sustainability as an organization. And I say all of this because it is oftentimes Black and Brown-led organizations like Caribbean Equality Project that is often on the front lines, marching within a pandemic, responding to food insecurity, responding to housing discrimination, fighting for asylum seekers within a pandemic, right? We are the ones that are often on the front lines fighting, but it's not often recognized because of the population we serve. Caribbean Equality Project was able to raise over $40,000 in 2020 within a pandemic, and that money was redistributed to over 250 Black and Brown Caribbean LGBTQ immigrants, many of whom are trans women, many of whom are undocumented people, many of whom are asylum seekers. And the nuance of serving immigrants and asylum seekers in New York is folks need immigration services, but they also need social services and housing sustainability, right? And no one organization provides all of these services. And what happened during the pandemic is their immigration services were put on hold. All of it was put on hold. And folks were now forced to reckon with the fact that they could be kicked out of their homes, right? We received so many calls from community members that were being harassed by landlords, that were being threatened, that they were going to call the NYPD and they were going to report community members to ICE because they were undocumented. And not only were people living in fear of finding food and making sure that their insurance would work, they can access HIV services, HIV care, medication, their own medication, but people were living in their homes fearful of being kicked out, being homeless during a pandemic. And the first people that were let go were essential workers. And I've said this before, LGBTQ people have always been essential workers. Immigrants have always been essential in this country and in this state of New York. But during the pandemic, we were the first ones to be let go. We were the first ones to lose our jobs. And it took New York City over 6 to 8 months to even respond in a culturally responsive way to the needs of immigrant communities. Richmond Hill, where I live, which is known as Little Guyana, and Lana, when you get to New York, we will have the best doubles, we will have all the dal puri, we will have all the curry in Little Guyana. Since I'm gonna give you a tour of my community. But Richmond Hill in November to January had the highest COVID positivity rate in New York City. And it took the city almost from May up until November to put up a testing location in Richmond Hill. It wasn't until the media started to pick up this immigrant community in Richmond Hill, Queens, as having the largest and the highest positivity rate in New York City. That's when the city responded to say, oh, we're gonna turn your local library into a COVID positivity rate. And it wasn't until March, we actually got a vaccination site in Richmond Hill, March of 2021. And even when we had these vaccination sites in Queens, particularly Queens, we saw a lot of white folks coming into our communities, making appointments to access vaccine that was meant for Black and Brown communities, right? And there was no way, the city had no protocol to control who could make a vaccine until advocates like myself and so many in Queens and parts of Brooklyn complained that in order for you to have a vaccine in our community, you need to live in our community. Your ID, your address, you need to share the zip code. And that's when places like York College and places like the Gurdwara in Richmond Hill, folks were, if you didn't live in the community, you couldn't come and get a vaccine. So, when we talk about COVID and we talk about LGBTQ folks, right? Food insecurity also became a major issue. And Caribbean Equality Project, we shifted a lot of our work to respond to the needs of our community. And we didn't want to create a gay pantry because we know as Black and Brown folks, anything gay makes us a target, right? The public view it as a place that they can come and inflict violence on us. Whether it's physical violence or verbal violence, it is still violence. So we started to create these monthly pantries in Queens and Brooklyn and parts of the Bronx where everyone, Caribbean people, all Caribbean people, Afro-Caribbean people, Indo-Caribbean people, LGBTQ people could come and access food. And it's still happening. We're still doing this. And this is how, when we talk about shifting our work to meet the needs of the community, so many of our large organizations, large LGBTQ organizations in New York City remain stagnant in their own sustainability and did not focus on the clients that they serve, the numbers that they report to their funders, the reports that they send to community and saying we serve X amount of people. They are lives within those numbers that were impacted by COVID, that were left on the streets, that they did not serve.
Thanks a lot. That was definitely powerful. So folks, we are actually a little over time. We had a lot of other questions and wanted to talk about a lot of other things, but I wanted to wrap it up here. Thank you so much for your time. It's been, I can't believe almost an hour has already gone by. It was such an amazing, interesting conversation. And I'd love to meet you, Lana, and maybe we all can get together when you come here. But thank you for the powerful conversation. It's been definitely helpful. I'm going to actually hand this session over to Antoine. Probably there's another panel discussion, I believe, but thank you again for your time. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Julian. Thank Priya. Thank you, Lana. Thank you, Mohammed, for all of your input, for all your amazing contributions today. I know you all have put an immense amount of work into this presentation, like in this panel discussion, and we really do appreciate your thoughtful responses, your powerful, impactful responses that I know were deeply resonant with a lot of people on today's call. And so thank you so much. And without further ado, I'm going to pass it to Antoine.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kylie. Hang on a quick second. So I'm actually in the middle of listening to you guys, but at the same time preparing for next week's program. Shucks. Anyway, so next week we are getting ready to look at the MENA community, Middle East and North Africa, where we are talking about visibility, deconstructing myths, lies, and prejudices. So we're gonna have from Monday 28th to Wednesday the 30th, we're talking about writing, arts, and visibility in the diaspora for the Middle East and North Africa. And so you're welcome to join us. We will be sending out registration information as well as the link to join that those discussions next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And on Wednesday, we come to the end of our 6 weeks of this Global South Summit. We are extremely grateful for all of the people who came together to put all of these fora together. Each of them there were similarities, but there were also unique differences. And it'll be interesting to listen to them again. So all of these are recorded. It would be interesting to listen to them and just clearly identify the similarities and the differences and seeing how we can then work together to strengthen our communities and be better with ourselves. So with that in mind, I'd like to thank you all very much. Thanks to Kylie Madhav from the LGBT Center and Richard Morales for helping to put this together for the Indian, the South Asian portion. To all of the panelists and presenters and moderators, I don't know if Prince Manvendra is still here and Lana is still here. Thank you guys very much for being part of this, this forum. So thank you again very much. And we look forward to being in touch with you as we continue to work towards uplifting and showcasing LGBTQ people in the Global South. Remember, it's the largest sub-demographic in the world. Thank you.